30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Saying I got illegal alien tires?
Yes.
You know what?
You're
Hold on. Seth, you know what? You may be able to get $1,000 and a free plane ride just for your tires.
Yeah, ship each one home.
Sending them back to wherever the hell they were.
Just give me the plane ride.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Now, let me see here. Couch, Seth, Macho, Alexa, Bubba the Love Sponge. Hello, everybody. And there's Tuttle all piped in. Let's see if we can get a check on. You know, Tuttle, if we didn't tell on ourselves and saying Tuttle's being piped in, then most of the people wouldn't know you're being piped in.
Oh boy, they would know then.
Here we go. They're gonna know now because we're.
Oh no, he's still.
Let me refresh this. Tuttle, you there? Okay.
Technical difficulty.
Matthew Hawk, $100, and Sean Peterson, $100.
I was just, Lummy, getting ready to brag about how just unbelievably.
How you've been in radio 40 years and nobody can tickle the ivories like you.
But I think it might have been my fault. Tuttle, you're there, right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. It looks like we got a little bit of a free. Okay, there we go. We just got unfroze. There we go.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Tuttle, do you start freaking out when there's issues, even if you know it's not on your end?
Yeah, my temperature goes up by about 5 degrees, and I have an urge to poop my pants.
Oh, no. Oh really?
Yeah.
When I'm in trouble, my temperature does go up immediately, but I don't feel like I have to poop my pants or nothing.
I get the bubble guts real bad. Like, it fires up.
Oof.
Yeah.
I just did a rack dive, but I saw levels back here, so I didn't understand.
We have... I mean, Macho Man, I love you to death.
Over and out.
I love you to death. You're irreplaceable. You're the best I've ever had, but we don't know your vernacular at all.
He did a rack dive. But there was levels.
Big muscle man just jumped under the counter behind the rack.
Okay, thank you, because we don't know what a rack dive is. So,
hey, Bubba, Macho keeps everything up and running. There's really no questioning him, but he could just be making up all these words and all these phrases back there, and really, we might have just figured it out on our own.
I know he could have been like, you know what, man, the Cahoon's valve's bad, and I don't have any idea, and I
no
need
one
to
would question it.
And I need to get on Amazon and order a new $200 Cahoon's valve, or we're screwed. And meanwhile, he's just ordering stuff for his house like the other guy did.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
yeah, I remember the first year of working at the BRN. I think it was Dave was the engineer, and he had me
By the
for
way,
like...
the absolute... Now, Macho Man, were you familiar with Dave Rice, the ex-Clear Channel guy?
Never met him.
A great guy, man. I would put you and him side by side just as the best to ever live.
He was salt of the earth, too.
And
you guys had Pinsky file. I had to find the Pinsky file for the first 6 months.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. It was a big joke.
There's no such thing as the Pinsky file. Be like, Tuttle, have you not found the Pinsky file yet? No. Well, I don't know how much longer you're going to be able to work here if you can't find the Pinsky file.
Sounds like a Wilson Welch joke. Did he work for Wilson Welch?
Yeah. Dave Rice did, yes. And is it John McMurray?
McMartin.
John McMartin and Paul Sliwa. That was the original.
3 days.
That was the original back in the day. And I rolled up in there in the Power Pig, and I want this, I want that, I want this, I want a bigger chair, I want the cart rack on wheels. everything. We got Alex Stein today. Let me probably about 9:20.
Yes, we do.
And I see that I have 2 stories or 2 video pieces of Alex. He's been just last time we talked to him last Wednesday, he was headed to Fargo, North Dakota.
Yes, he was.
And then from there to Washington D.C.
Yes.
And then from there, I think back to Dallas to pick up pay-per-view, his girlfriend, and then go hit a cruise. And now is he back from the cruise?
No,
or is he fixing the cruise?
I think he's fixing the cruise.
Oh, okay.
He's fixing the cruise.
Fixing the cruise.
Jeez.
But, a lot of people have, by the way, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. How are you? Thank you. Don't Google me. I've been doing content and radio my April 1st of next year will be my 40th anniversary of, just up until recently you would say of radio. Unlike a lot of people on Rumble and YouTube and what have not that just went out and bought a Roadcaster or some stupid setup and they have a show, I've actually had a show. I've been afternoon drive on Howard Stern's channels for 6 years. I was really, really early on in the streaming world with Radio I.O. Man, I was about 10 years too early with that deal.
Yes.
I've done terrestrial radio since, again, 1986. Been syndicated all throughout America, and I'm pretty much big time. So we are visually seen on what? We got Rumble, we got YouTube, we got X, we got Facebook, and I think is that no one more? We have one more, and
Twitch?
And Twitch. So this show is visually seen on all of those forums. And then we are terrestrially syndicated on 3, soon to be 4 radio stations, from as far west as Phoenix, Arizona. Are we still on in Phoenix?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yeah. And then you can always go to BubbaArmyHQ.com, which is our main website, and it has all of our library from back in the day, and just kind of like a library of my work, stuff that we didn't lose, or stuff that we didn't lose. Did we lose front page status because it's all wonky on the numbers? It was like 2,700, now it's down to 16. Are we having problems with? By the way, we just cut a new Rumble deal so that we're on the front page for a few hours, 2-3 hours. Every show that we do Monday through Friday is on the front page. So, Lummy, you're supposed to keep up on that. Where do we stand right now? Because it's a little wonky.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 a.m., so I think it's just going to be moving around and getting people used to a 6 a.m. time slot with somebody. Because they never had anyone really going on 6 a.m.
Right, especially as talented as we are.
That's right.
Right. And below me is a guy named Tuttle. He works for the show. He's only on the show on Wednesdays because he's got a real job. But radio used to be his full-time job till he has burnt literally every bridge there is. In fact, just for me, I think this is his 5th or 6th time back. Just for
Definitely
me.
6.
Right.
Definitely 6. And I sit there and I wonder, if I don't burn all the bridges, would I still have a full-time job in radio? And I don't think I would.
The answer is no, because let's say you stayed with Russ. God bless Russ. Russ, he had to get rid of, was it Carlos?
Yeah, he had to sacrifice.
I mean, Carlos, and Carlos was his main guy. Carlos was like his Seth. As far as his on-air co-hosting, the guy that's there, and so just because of budget cuts and all major radio stations, all major terrestrial radio stations, like Cumulus is getting ready to go through its 2nd bankruptcy right now, and they're saying more talent cuts. You got Beasley Communications here in town in 98.7 The Shark that is literally ran from a laptop computer anywhere in America, and the jocks just pre-record the intros. It'd be like
They just blew more people out over there, actually.
Oh, did they really?
Locally, yeah.
from across all. Probably.
Man, from one of the Spanish stations, which if you got to get cut from the Spanish station, that's trouble.
Those are usually the only franchises that are not getting cut.
I know, that's why I'm saying
the Spanish stations are the one that are actually buying, old rock stations, and the Spanish station bought 97X. So usually when you're cutting personnel from the Spanish station, here's the problem with the Spanish station in town. They went from having none to having 4. Now there's 4. There's 4 Spanish stations in Tampa now.
They're cannibalizing each other.
They are. They're absolutely killing each other.
No, we're just importing more Latino people, and now it evens out.
And you being an alumni of 101.5, that is an absolute joke.
Yeah, a lot of the stations I used to work for have since changed formats, but it was a good time.
But I mean, 101.5, staying kind of the
it's urban AC, right?
Oh, it's horrible. I think it's the vibe. It's like that. It's like it's this format in a box that they have probably in other places. Cox probably has it in somewhere else, and it's just. It's horrible.
Who created all these names that get reused for radio stations?
Radio consultant, stupid ass,
There's always a magic
focus group. Listen, our downfall in Orlando was instead of flipping 103.5, it was originally the Wolf and a country station. They couldn't compete against K92. In Orlando, it's a legendary Cox country, so they flipped it to fly 103. Was it 103.1 or one? I think it was 103.1, 103.5. I don't think
103.1.
103.1.
Yeah.
So Stevie, the program director, like an idiot who used to work at 102 Jams, said, "We're going to cook." Now Orlando's urban top 40 market is so crowded. You got XL, you got 102 Jams, you got it's just really crowded. Listen, no matter what major city you go to, the top 40 pop world is really crowded. It's got like 3 variations of that format. One that skews white with Taylor Swift and then one that skews urban. And then one it skews kind of both. And then you'll have a bona fide urban, like a couple different urban hip-hop stations. And now they're going to this like old school urban bull crap that they're calling like the Vibe and things like that. So, Seth, you're saying over at Beasley, there was more layoffs at Beasley this week.
Yeah, more bodies hitting the floor.
I know MJ replaced the beautiful and hot Roxanne Wilder with his wife.
What?
That's a good move. Good move.
With his witch.
That's a cost-cutting measure right there.
With his witch-nosed wife, who's just hideous.
Oh.
Who I went.
Jesus.
Don't forget, I got into a 4-year lawsuit with that. And he's got his wife in there with her big crooked ass witch nose, and MJ in there like a little simp bitch, just setting her up for softball. Man, if you're a radio personality or a content provider or whatever the hell, you got any type of show, and you got to bring your wife in, then you're a pussy.
Man,
you're a pussy.
And I thought you and MJ were really close to bearing the hatchet.
No, that isn't to be confused with Tuttle's. Tuttle and Kristen show. That's his wife, but really kind of his ex-wife, and they do a podcast on stuff that they like. But it wouldn't work on terrestrial radio.
No,
It only works in that little niche of podcasting that you have.
I just think we've heard about Michelle so much over the years, Bubba,
Jesus.
that it's great that she's a part. Oh, sorry.
Well, go ahead. You think it's great that she's a part of it?
I think it's because we've heard so much about her.
Yeah, it's just like you talk. It'd be like if you brought, oh man, who's that hot guy? It's like if you brought Jimmy Cleavis on the show in 10 years. You'd be like, you've heard about Jimmy Cleavis so much, and now, boom, here he is every day for 4 hours.
Lummy, I'm telling you right now, I went to the homepage on Rumble, and we're having some problems. As you can see, we're not Here's the front.
Lummy, let's call the guy live on live.
Lummy, here's the front page of Rumble.
Yeah, let them know. We're number 6 right now on their editor's pick. So you got to when you hit view all. I know. I'm just saying.
Hold on, but this. Thank you. We're buried. This isn't what we've had.
I like this lady's background. It's very warming.
Like, can we go? Can we get back to day one? What they gave us on day one? Why can't we go back to that?
It was a taste you'll never get again.
Lummy, they got us. They got us. Here.
Well,
that's no. Hold on, bud. Do you remember when we were here?
Yeah.
Okay, and then if not, we would be there.
Yeah, I will ask them why we're not.
How many steps do you got to do to get to where you're at right now? Is it like 2 or 3?
Well,
clicks?
It used to be on Monday when we were this guy right here.
Oh, that's prime placement.
That's where we were. We did 70,000 views. Now that is triculated on down to, if you go, this is the very home page. This is rumble.com right here. And so they don't even have us over here, Lummy. Like, they don't even have us. And look at this, Lummy. None of these are live.
Yeah.
None of these are live. So you got to scroll on down to here to continue watching. And that's not even what the average person sees. This is just what I've watched.
Yeah, you got to go to live, and they have us there.
I mean, it's okay. So if you hit live, right?
Yeah.
Where
you missed it? You had to go to live. You
live. I hit live.
There you go.
Okay.
Number 1.
Right, we're first.
Yeah, but still.
I know. I'm messaging them.
Sarah, come on, man. I was just telling my agent yesterday, Tom Bean, who I didn't get involved in this negotiation because he just would have made it. He would have had you paying us $10,000 a month or something, and I was just trying to make it simple and listen, just put us up, put us. We need to be this person right here, right here. Now, Lummy, who is this person?
Was she a baddie?
I have a feeling that it's probably on their side where they
Lummy, she's got 2,000 followers. She's like.
Well,
maybe nobody.
Maybe they're trying to develop talent over there, Bubba. Maybe they see potential in her.
Industries from Donald Trump, but that's not where our problems come from. Our problems come from mass government.
Yeah, so I'm like.
I mean, he may have us cycled in to be at 7 o'clock, and we're just on there. But I'll find out. Because they do move through the
mass
hours.
Government overspending, shutting down pipelines, having resource blocking, industry disturbing.
I got some chick who thinks she knows something about something, who doesn't have 40 years experience in the industry, that doesn't have the setup I have. You know what she's got?
Couple of silky milkies.
She's got a Roadcaster with a microphone and a backdrop is what she's got.
She's got a backdrop. You would say that though, right? I mean, that's nice. It's aesthetically pleasing. The colors are a little pastel-esque.
Look at my setup. I got 4 dudes that are live, individual box, and then I got a screen that can show what I'm potentially showing.
Oh, but there's literally a screen behind you of you giving blood. I mean, somebody could tune in and find this to be,
or they tune in and see that cute little boxer with a Bubba Army harness on it, or they tune in and see other great cool stuff.
Oh, there's you on a skid steer.
Bills that get passed all in the sake of
pick.
We're going green, even though there's no research at all to show that. That's going to be successful. In fact,
Sarah, how is this the very first? I mean, wouldn't you want the very first thing? Oh, now this guy's live. And this guy, by the way, this guy's not live.
Ironically, what
are those
happens
crossbows?
is if you just try to do
that's what I was
important,
about to
disregarding trying to make yourself important, you become important by default.
So if you just go to rumble.com, why wouldn't you want a live as it's being broadcast show right there, and not all this regurged? Who's this dude? This is the Mountain Tough podcast with Dustin somebody. Dustin Dingleberry with 4,400. How did Dustin Dingleberry get on the front page? That was me on Monday and half of Tuesday.
Well, this is a handsome, rugged man who it would be the face of the Republican Party.
Bubba's rugged.
I'm rugged as hell. Let me, this is not what we talked about.
I understand.
So I'm
that.
refreshing again. And so, okay, the girl with the good backdrop got kicked off. Now they got, Matt McPherson. How this bow hunter built a multi-million-dollar empire through grit. Not live. So your front page, if I'm running Rumble, it needs to be something that's live. None of the front page right now, Lummy, is live. I flew a stranger to Istanbul for a hair transplant one day ago. Mark Carney stunned silent as Trump torches Canada, not live. Wow, 13 new guns just released, not live. And then but you can scroll on down and go to different genres, if you will: news, 24/7, podcast, politics, conspiracies, yippee-yo. I guess if you click on the podcast, we are the top one at the podcast.
Well, which I sent him a message letting him know, because like I said, when I talked to him yesterday,
he needs to get, is he, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, they were working on trying to have it to where it's always just live in the beginning and the front. I know we are in the editor's pick categories. I think we're number 5 or 6 now. So I'm asking them, when we go live, why are we not? Because if you do view all in the editor's pick, I think we're 5 or 6 in there right now.
That sucks.
Yeah. So I asked them,
whatever.
Why? Well, because we talked about it yesterday. When we go live at 6, you should have the live content on your front page. And he said that they were working on it. So. And he texted me last night at 12:01 and said we were good to go at 5:55.
No, we're not.
So I have messaged him.
Do you feel like that he's very willing to accommodate any issue just because Bubba took the show off Rumble, or do you feel like he's going to get annoyed with this and go, just screw it, just go back?
No, here's the deal, man. If he does get annoyed with it, then he doesn't know good content. Because putting something up on Rumble that's not live, talking about how a guy became a multimillionaire through bow hunting, is not what your men, 25 to 54 want to see. I would say that now, okay, I just don't think that they want something live. Now, you can go find this. Like the ones to, I don't know what their algorithm or what their reasoning or programming is to put something. I would want something. I guarantee if you go to Twitch, twitch.com right now, Lummy, that the front page is, here, I'm going to do it.
It's all live content, probably.
If you go to the front page of Twitch, Lummy, look what hits it. Live. Boom. Hold on. Live.
Oh, goodness. Thanks for
boom.
joining.
Live. Boom. Live. We used to be in this rotation, and they usually got 6. They got 6 or 7, rotators. Live.
Well,
hold on. Live. Live.
I'm feeling that.
Live. Guess what I'm going to say? Live. Live. And then, Lummy, below that, boom. Channels that we think that you're going to like.
Well, yeah, live. Like we're in there. So I'll talk to him, because if you go to Rumble, we're in the editor's pick, but he needs to make it like how Twitch has it, and you can scroll through it instead of hitting view all. Because if you hit view all, we're still in the editor's pick. So you got to see what live is, which there's not.
But
that's what I'm saying. So I'm talking to him about it right now.
Like, where are we right now in the editor's pick? We're right 6th.
There, yeah.
Second row. Nobody's clicking down there.
No
jobber from Iowa who just signed up on Rumble and he went to the front page, which is right here, is finding the Bubba the Love. The Bubba the Love Sponge show isn't just jumping right out at you. No.
What he'll tell me is that they're working on it, and that's why he wants us to grow with them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a new feature that they have.
Here's the deal, Dave. I want Sarah to know that I am so thankful for what. No. I mean, I want him to know I am so thankful for this opportunity, and I wouldn't be so critical of you right now and what's happening to us if you hadn't nailed it. Like the first day, Monday, when you promised we would be these guys, we were there. Like, Boom. And, the Matt McPherson, how bow hunting built a multi-million-dollar platform through Grit, Mountain Pod number 115. That was us. And we had, 20,000 people on watching us because as soon as you went to rumble.com, bam, as promised by the two people that I spoke with, Vivian and Sarah, that would be us. They're like, listen, at 6 a.m., we'll probably be able to keep you on there for a couple hours if things don't start getting real busy. And then we'll slowly triculate you down, but you'll always be on the front page, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, if you go live right now, there's no, look at all these suck. Look at all these people that suck compared to us.
Yeah.
So, 24 hours of motivation by Steve Harvey.
Oh, God.
The official Steve Harvey deal. So, if Sarah hadn't on Monday just absolutely, Lummy, delivered exactly what he said he was going to do, I wouldn't be so critical of him today because I'd be like, we're still working it out. We're still trying to get on the front page. We're still trying to be the main dude. We're still trying to be the,
Well, that's why yesterday we had the problem too.
Matt McPherson, how this bow hunter built a multi-million-dollar, like, why?
Well, that's why, like, yesterday when we weren't
Sarah
even
should be mad as hell right now.
Well, I've sent him a message just like yesterday when.
Have you sent him a screenshot of this of Grandpa and Mr. Johnny Mountain Rugged Man talking about how they built a multi-million-dollar bow hunting?
Yeah, just like yesterday. So, and yesterday he got up and fixed it. And he said he was going to try to have it fixed for today. So, hopefully he's able to get it fixed here shortly. He said he was going to try to have it fixed for today. So hopefully he's able to get it fixed here shortly.
Sarah, we just went to Twitch. Six rotators. Live. Not Johnny Bowhunter that made $1 zillion.
I know he did say that they were working on trying to make the front page a little bit better, but obviously that's not going to fly with us right now.
No. Anyway, whatever. I appreciate it. We'll see how it works out. Whatever.
Let's hope he can get up there and get
whatever. We'll just probably end up going. What a hell of an opportunity missed. God, our first day yesterday we did 66,800 views. I forget how many uniques. It's just such an unbelievable way for us to grow our brand. Today, Lummy, I was all excited about, I was going to oh my God, if we hit 66,800 yesterday, I bet you we could probably hit 70 grand today.
Yeah.
And boom.
Now the momentum's gone.
Yeah, exactly. You know what, Tuttle, we had, or Seth, who knows a little bit about football, we had a 3rd and 1. And Lummy just jumped off sides. I'm sorry, what's it called? Illegal motion or,
I did?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got a 5-yard penalty. And 3rd and 6 is a whole different ball game than 3rd and 1. I'm sorry,
they're bringing the house.
Lummy just got caught for holding.
How did I get caught for holding?
Now we're third. Is holding 10 yards?
Yeah, 10 yards.
Yeah,
so now we're third.
We're 3rd and 11. So now I got to try to, send stupid ass Tuttle out on a skinny post.
How am I
and Tuttle has the highest drop rate in the league.
You leave me hanging, exposed.
Yeah, you're wide open, but you'll drop it because, like you do. If your drop rate, if your wide receiver drop rate would correlate with your radio career, I'm the quarterback, Bubba Favre. I'd put it right on your hands and you drop it.
Why are we not running?
And then
Seth,
Seth would fall down and go into the blue tent with anxiety. No concussion protocol, just anxiety and puking because he didn't get his avocado toast before the game.
If they didn't put you on the front page as massively as they did on Monday, would this kind of promotion suffice since it's still on the front page?
It would be better. Had they not wet my beak with what we now, Seth, mind you, we had a 30-minute Rumble meeting with this guy, Sarah and Vivian.
Yeah.
Vivian's in sales, and they were and they had promised to do what they did on Monday. I laid it all out. Lummy was amazed. Lummy was like, oh my God, I've never seen you really talk business in a meeting setting and all the all the stuff that you know about the business. Like Lummy was over there. I mean, I'm not trying to brag or nothing.
He was turned on like you are when you see Jay doing a closing argument.
Yeah, he kind of was.
Yes, it was.
Because I'm like, listen, guys, I've had a microphone in front of my face for 40 years, and I watch Rumble, and I see, I know 80% of the people don't deserve microphones. And then you promote these people, like the bow hunter guy. And then I said, you guys need to be able to attract. You guys have a reputation of being like a Johnny Rah-Rah Trump deal. We support Trump, but we're also critical of him when he does narcissistic, stupid stuff like he wants to, take over Greenland or buy Canada or be the next pope. Like, we'll be like, come on, Donald. Now, your deportation commercials are right on. You're maybe not taking Harvard's funding away for being so allowing anti-Semitic protesting and the defacing of buildings and just like that's brilliant stuff. But when Trump acts like a dildo, we call him out. I said, you guys are in risk of being so Trump and so pro-Trump that you're going to have what I call the Rush Limbaugh effect. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, Rush Limbaugh, when Bill Clinton was in office, picked up 400 affiliates, and every day people were riveted to Rush Limbaugh because he had some kind of inside scoop on Bill Clinton being a shady bastard and the Monica Lewinsky and all that kind of deal. But once George W. Bush got elected, I don't think he didn't pick up that many affiliates because you can't sit there and just it's not good radio to sit there and say that the guy in office is your man and he's killing it. Nobody wants to hear that. People want to hear adversarial type things. CNN should have wished, CNN's like, when CNN was relevant, CNN should benefit from Trump being in office because they have a boogeyman to make you afraid of. Fox, on the other hand, their guy got in, and they got to make up stuff to do. So I'm like, don't Rush Limbaugh yourself. Get male skewing programming from experienced people that can talk about sports, that can talk about transgender, that can talk about politics, that can talk about pop culture, that can talk, that can interview Tech Nine, that can, have Deion Sanders on. Just the various things that we talk about as a male skewing show that doesn't have to always be sucking Trump's D. And I said, you guys need more of what I'm doing. And you guys keep the Trump sucking stuff. And I said, you guys got some brilliant people on there. Steven Crowder, brilliant. Tim Pool, brilliant. Obviously Russell Brand, brilliant. You guys got some great franchises, but you're going to need ancillary shows like mine that may not be as pop culturally as cool, but formatically and fundamentally, I'm as good, if not better, than all of them. I'm just not going to sit here and for 4 hours suck the Trump D. I like Trump. I got a bunch of Trump stuff scheduled today. In fact, I was watching Fox yesterday, and I was like, the United States government actually has a 60-second commercial that they're running on television, digital, and in multiple countries about if you're in America, one, if you're in a different country, don't come here. Do not come here because we don't want you. And two, if you are here, go to the Department of Homeland Security app, turn yourself in. They'll give you $1,000 and a plane ticket. I can't think of, and it's going to be way different than if they have to catch you. If ICE or Homeland Security have to catch you being illegal, you're not getting any of it. You're getting handcuffed, detained for a while, then shipped back. Whereas if you just hit their little app, pew. Hello, my name's John McGillicuddy. I got a family of 4, 2 kids, my wife. We live in Arlington, Texas. Here's my address. I don't know, Lummy, at that point, if they tell you to, hey, at 4 o'clock, we'll have agents over to pick you. I don't know.
Send a car for you.
Yeah. So maybe they even send you an Uber.
Yeah.
Now, is it 1,000 for the whole family, or do you get 1,000 for each person? Maybe like 500.
We couldn't figure that out.
Yeah,
I think it might be 1,000 for each adult, but it could very well be. Maybe it is a G-ball for,
No way a 9-year-old's
for
getting
kid.
1,000.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
In that case, Seth
500.
has turned it in his entire family to get $4,000. So anyway, we're going to talk about that today. So I wouldn't be as disappointed, Seth, if. And so I talked to Sarah and I talked to Vivian, and Vivian's like, listen, with these new numbers that you're doing, you'll get a better fill rate. Lummy, you can see that we've already made in the last 2 days, about as much as we made last month.
Yes.
Just on the volume and the fill rate. She's like, I'm going to get you spoken word advertising. Just really, really kind of we negotiated instead of me, because I was using Rumble just to put up the show that we do a day later. So like today's show would be up tomorrow. But not live. Nothing live except Bubba 199s, and we're starting to wind those down a little bit, Lummy.
Yes, we are.
The next Bubba 199 is going to be in September, which will be a last opportunity for you to qualify for BARP. And then the next Bubba 199 after that will be BARP. So, from now until January 15th or so, there's 2 Bubba 199s. We also put Bubba 199s. It's this little musical thing we do. Exclusively on Rumble, but that doesn't move the needle, either. So the only thing that's going to move the needle is, putting us on the front page. So I speak to Sarah and Vivian, and Lummy, we come up with a deal. I'm like, Sarah, we'll be live on Monday. He's like, yep, and I'll have you on the front page. And Vivian's like, yep, and I'm going to turn your show now into our sales department as a show to sell. Perfect. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate you. Boom. Monday, 2 days ago, we come out of the box, and do you remember, like within the first 10 minutes, we're like at 12,000.
Yeah, we were rolling.
Tuttle, you wouldn't like, it was like,
that's crazy.
It's like overwhelming. Remember when Zuckerberg first invented Facebook, Lummy? If you ever watched that movie about it, and they first signed on Facebook in Harvard, and they got like 10 people, and then
the cycle number.
Then it went to like 200 in 5 minutes, and it went to like 1,200, and then it went to like 15,000, and they're all high-fiving saying, man, we're on to something here. Same thing with us. We're like, man. And I think we got up to either yesterday or Monday, almost 20,000.
That was yesterday.
Almost 20,000.
Yeah, yesterday.
Like 18 and change.
Around 7, 8 o'clock when they put us back on the front page.
So, Seth, to answer your long-winded question, I'm so sorry, but that is...
It was a short-winded question, long-winded answer.
So yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
But we had it all nailed down, and you've seen that they've wet our beak with it. They have showed, they can do it.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know their method to the madness or how they do things at all, but I feel like at least there's some exposure, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but I got 1,309 or 1,300 people on there now, and that's about what at this time, that's about what we do.
Yeah.
We'll top out just organically if we don't have front page promotion. We'll top out at like 1,600 to 1,800. And that sucks. That sucks when you hit 66,800 yesterday just based on them pushing you. And listen, I'm not sitting here trying to ask for promotion and front page, a front page promotion if I didn't think that our product wasn't as good as anything that they have on their platform at 6 a.m.
There's nothing live.
Well, yeah, there is some stuff, but it's not the quality of ours. So, Lumby, please don't upset Sarah. Just let him know that I'm disappointed. because they've wet our beak with this. We see what we potentially can do, and what upsets me the most is, they got a bow hunter guy. By the way, I think he's still on there. He's still on there. This is what I
mean, do you think people are interested in building a multi-million bow hunter empire?
From grit.
Well, you know what, Seth, you make an interesting observation. Before we sit here and dog him, let's listen.
Doing something, and I heard him speak to me again, and he said, I know every answer to every problem. I know every answer to every problem in the world.
Crazy.
And it just, like the hair in the back of my neck stood up, because I'm like, whoa, it's clearly, and I had heard God's voice a few times in my life, so I knew when it was him speaking.
Oh, you heard it. God told him that.
See, I'm locked in, man.
Very reverently just said, well, that's because you're God,
Because you're God.
He said,
this bow hunter now is talking to God. Yeah, you know what? I stand corrected. We need to be buried, and this guy needs to be on the front page.
Just take that text back.
If this guy's talking to God, I can't quite say I've done that.
But you should start.
Yeah. If you'd only ask me, I'd give you those answers. If men would only ask me, in other words, mankind, not just men, but men, women, mankind would ask me. In other words, if for the right reason we were asking,
Mike Allstott with a beard,
in sincerity, God would give us those answers. If it was
really, we got a faith-based like this. I'm not trying. This is not as good as our show.
They got God though.
Help change the world and point him to God that he would help. And so I got on my knees right there.
So let me, if you could just tell Sarah what's Bubba's most disappointed is,
And can you get us the bow hunter's contact info?
Yeah.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
Well, no, I got the holding paddle to you, remember? And I was back.
No, I was just fucking with you. I'm just saying we had the momentum. We had the momentum, and then you did get caught for holding.
What up, Cash? Hope the family's good.
You tripped the edge guy coming around the corner.
No, he Orlando Browned it. Orlando Brown got blinded.
Yeah, Bubba's grain of rice. You can't beat Jesus for breakfast. You're right, bud. I gotta sit here and take it. I take the L. I take the L, kid. Hi, Glenn Longnecker. Love the name. I wish you knew the story. Wish you knew the story.
I forgot and screwed up. Total can't hear the internet because it's not an audition. So we put it back in audition. I'm gonna call the proper style later. Put tattoos on me.
Putting tattoos on you.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I wish we'd they quit fucking us.
Yeah, I don't understand that one. We'll fix it. Hopefully.
What's that sound? Toyo. Semi-autoglass. Tell your dealer when you order them that you are getting them because you heard it on my show. Please do that. Please do that. No, I mean, I feel like... Anyways.
You're just kicking me in the face. Thanks for a letter, Browning, and Albert with me. And
We talked to Sarah. He said fuck off.
Oh, okay.
He said go over to party.com.
Okay.
P-A-R-T-I.
Party?
Yeah, I think that's what Kick turned into.
Yeah. Okay. He said, fuck off. We wanted to show you what we could do for you. Now we're not going to do it for you.
He said go wet your beak now that you're a heroin addict. Now you're really fiending for that front page. What are you willing to do for it, though?
He gave me my first bit of crack, didn't he? And now
you're fiending.
And you never get that second high. You never get the second. The second high is never as good as the first one.
Well, it can be but you gotta be willing to put in the work.
Yeah, and I'm just a lazy fat fuck, is what you want to say, kinda.
No, I mean like suckling and fuckling. I don't mean like actual gear to the grindstone.
I've been trained. I've been training. I've been doing the Seth Kushner training.
I could see your barrel chest. What's up, Cliff? Got a big.
I got a Synergy air check.
Okay.
And then we're gonna go into merch, and then we're gonna go into Alex's too.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, if you're a rugged man like myself and, you like to do things yourself because hiring a general contractor or various things you could be doing in your lawn or your construction or things like that. Like you know how to run an excavator, you know how to run a mini steer. I mean, you're not too bad. I mean, now listen, none of us are as good as Buck.
No, not at all.
None of us are as good as or as talented as Buck. But I can run. I'm pretty damn good on a skid steer. I'm pretty damn good on an excavator. I'm really good on a grader. Like I can probably grade better than Buck.
Real wow.
But as far as I can't run a bulldozer like Buck. I can't run a front end loader like Buck. Buck's the man.
What about a steamroller? Have you ever used one of those?
That's called a vibratory roller. And there's not really tunnel. You just run over. All you're doing is running over the ground and trying to smash it.
Go back.
So there's really, and then you reverse it. So there's really not a lot of skill set. I'd be like, hey Tuttle, see that piece of ground there? Take this big heavy steamroller. It's not a steamroller. It's called a vibratory roller. And I just want you to roll back and forth 3 times. And it's got sometimes they have a wheel control, but mostly it's stick. And then you can hit a vibrating feature on it as well. So
to pack it,
yeah, you really couldn't. Like Tuttle, if I had you meet me at my track and I had one of those, I wouldn't be afraid to put you on that unless you were not, you were trying to text or do and not pay attention and you hit the wall.
Yeah, so, I'd be afraid of getting run over by one.
You're not going to get run over by one.
That would be a bad death.
So anyway, Lummy, I get some of my equipment, some of my big stuff, like my big excavator, my bulldozer, my front end loader, stuff. I do most of my small stuff with Sunbelt, skid steer attachments, Harley rake, broom, tiller. But when I need the big stuff, I deal with a company called Synergy Equipment. And they got branches everywhere. I'm talking Alabama. I don't know how many in Florida they got. I mean, look at Clearwater, Cocoa, Daytona, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, Doral, Kissimmee, Lakeland, Ocala. That's my location. Pompano, Panama City, Orlando, Sarasota, Tampa. Sarasota again, Stewart, Georgia, they got 2, 4, 5 locations. Tennessee, 1 location. Texas, 5 locations. San Antonio, Houston, Austin, Dallas. And so my rep, if you live in the Ocala area, and let me just show you like some of the stuff they got. Like they got, let's say you need an aerial boom lift, because you were painting up high or changing bulbs up high, or you were doing some roofing project. They got high reach. I mean, look, here's all the categories.
I've used these before on the job site. They're a lot of fun.
They can get sketched out sometimes.
Yeah, they
too.
can.
I think Wolf was telling me when you guys had him at the track, you guys looked at him, he was getting pretty sketched out.
Yeah, backhoes. Like this is what I would put you on, Tuttle, right here. Hold on. No, not that. Not a backhoe. I want to put you on, where's compaction? Oh, here we go. This is what I'm now. I got a hold of Sandy yesterday, and I wanted to get one of these, and because it's like a sheep's foot paddle foot, and it really, 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 really compacts the ground. But she said the nearest one she had was in Georgia, and she could get it to me for maybe next week. So I might do it next week because Lummy, I'm putting in new material. And this really compacts it down with the old stuff.
That's super awesome.
Look how cool that is.
Cool.
Now, does that drive forward or you
forward
pulling it?
Forward.
Okay.
You go forward with that, and
but
you can also reverse it too. You can also reverse it. So I mean, they got everything. I mean, whether you need a bulldozer or a excavator or a forklift or a generator or saws or skid steer attachment, trailers, tractors, they got it.
Oh, I got forklifts too.
Why are guys naturally gravitate towards heavy machinery, even though you may be a nerd? Because I'll tell you, when I was a little kid, I always wanted to operate the big machinery at the landfill.
In fact, I think there are actually different places throughout the country that have big lots of land, and they have like a bulldozer and a compaction and an excavator and a skid steer, and men pay like $300 or $400 a day just to go out and run the equipment because it's something. Now, not all men. Seth would rather be trading baseball cards. I don't think Seth would get a boner for driving the RO roller pad foot 25 by 84. I don't think, Seth, this really does much for you. I don't think, in my opinion.
I'm hard as a rock.
Yeah, at least a semi.
So, I mean, you need it. They got it. It's all, they deliver it right to you. And if you happen to be in the Ocala area, deal with a woman named Sandy. And you can call her directly at 352-850-711-1111. So 352-850-7111. Or if you're outside of the Ocala area, and let's say you're listening to me in Georgia or Texas, you can call 844-SYNERGY, 844-SYNERGY, and delivery, pickup, day rates, week rates, month rates, they'll work with you. So thank you to them for all that they've done. They let me sell, they single-handedly got me my excavator, a bulldozer, and I'm trying to put together another weekend that I spend at BRP and put more material on the track. So I'm probably going to need a front end loader from them and some big stuff. So again, thank you to Synergy, all that they do, sponsors of the show. Appreciate it.
And we are front page now. Sarah sent me a message, said that is a glitch on our side or on their side, and that he's going to get with the team and figure it out. And he said, sorry about that. We are working on it.
And can you record? Can you? Maybe you guys can air check this, Sarah.
Don't let it happen again.
Don't let it happen again. That's not what our deal was.
Right, take two.
So, take two, Sarah. I'm so appreciative of what you're giving me. I really am, and it's making a huge difference. And I really think, with regards to the content that's available during the hours that we broadcast, that we're probably one of the better options on your forum. I'm just trying to better myself and you. And, I think we're much better than a guy that talked to God and built a bow hunting company and that wasn't live. I think what needs to be on your front page needs to be something that's happening right now live. Your competition, Twitch, if you go to their front page, all 6 of their rotators are all live. So I think, us being live right at 6 and you keeping us there for as long as you can, hopefully till 10, will do wonders for my business and wonders for your business as well. Because we're a guys show. We don't pigeonhole ourselves into just talking about Trump. Although I would say that we talk about Trump at least 2 or 3 times a day. How do you not? He has 14 press conferences every day. I think his whole day is a press conference. So you can certainly cherry pick something out of what he says. And we're pro-Trump for the most part until he acts stupid and says he wants to be the Pope and buy Canada.
Or try to get rid of Sesame Street, defund Sesame Street.
Well, I'm all for that.
What?
Yeah.
What, the Iraqi one? Tuttle? The Iraqi?
Tuttle, he didn't defund.
Iraqi?
He's not trying to defund Sesame Street.
PBS, though.
Yeah, they'll just run reruns.
Wait, there's an Iraqi Sesame Street?
We get part of the Doge deal when Elon was early on the deal. We were doing like $5 million or $25 million to develop Sesame Street episodes for the country of Iraq.
Oh, that's kick ass.
Well, it's propaganda. We need to get as much propaganda, American propaganda, out there as we can. It's valuable.
I got a message to Sarah, so why don't you shut up for a little bit?
Sorry.
No problem. So Sarah, thank you so very much. It's just I'm humbled by the numbers that I can generate on Rumble when we're on the front page. And I think that our show is as good as anything else that you're putting up there, and most of which, when we're not up there and there's been a glitch, like yesterday there was a small little glitch, today there was a big little glitch, but what you're putting up there in lieu of us is not better than us.
Well, that's what he said.
We had to sit here and watch a guy that said he talked to God and built a multi-million-dollar business on bow hunting, and it wasn't even live. It was recorded yesterday.
Well, he said he's seeing it, and he said that that's not what they want. So he said he's getting it with his team, and they definitely will get that fixed because they want live content up at the front. So he said, please be patient with them, at least for today.
And I'm going to tell him, and will you tell him this?
Yes.
Please be patient with us. Bubba, is sometimes erratic and unhinged, but please be patient with us as well. We want this relationship to work. We really, really value it, and thank you for being patient with us as well. How about that, Seth? Come back with like a thank you on a thank you.
Yeah, don't send them the first 30 minutes of the show though, just that part.
By the way, Lummy, the shoe order got put in last night. Tuttle, I got you a pair.
Yes, thank you.
The Fat Man Dunks 3. By the way, you can go to my merch website if you like. Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, and Bubba Army shop.
Did you get that size 14 in for me?
No, you never said you needed a 14, bud.
Dude, that's a big shoe.
It's not for him. It's for somebody else he's trying to sell them to. He's got a pre-buyer on eBay. Pre-buy.
Seth, are you going to take my shoe?
Lummy, what a pussy.
Yes.
What an absolute pussy that you would lay down and let Seth take your shoe. Because you know what? Your shoe is somebody. You know what? If you keep screwing around, Lummy, and offering your shoes, I'm pulling your shoes.
But I didn't offer it.
What'd you say?
I said, "Are you going to take my shoe?
Are
you going to take?
How is he going? No.
You were offering your shoe to Seth.
No, I wasn't.
I sent an all-employee text to send me your shoe size.
I didn't get a text.
Seth was not in that text because I know my shoes are going straight to eBay or Facebook Marketplace. He's already told me that. He has. I've made 3. I've made 3 other pairs of shoes. The Fat Man 1, the Fat Man Dunks 1, and the Fat Man Dunks 2. Those on 2 different colors, and he didn't want anything to do with any of them.
I got the red and the green ones. I wore them to the Eric Andre show. That
you did?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think I wore them to
Best of the Bay.
I wore them to Barb or Best of the Bay.
Best of the Bay.
Well, thank God.
Lummy knows my attire. What a guy.
That's right.
But you have self-proclaimed that these are going straight on Marketplace.
I'm just joshing with you, big fella.
If you do want a pair for real, honest to God, for real, and you will wear them,
you'll squeeze me in.
I'll squeeze you in, but I don't want you to sell them like you do your baseball cards. So what size? Because Merch Creek's got a.
I said 14.
You don't wear a 14.
All right, 11. I don't want people to know that I had a small foot.
That's what I wear.
11's good.
Hey, can I tell you something, Seth?
Yeah.
I wear an 11. You wear an 11. Gene Lasker wears an 11.
Oh, wow.
Most 10 to 11 is the average. Actually, the average size of a man's 9.5 to 10.
You know, they don't really talk about the average size of a man's foot. It's usually about the
always
crank.
about your penis.
Yeah, but I'd really like to hear more about, if I'm in kind of like have an average size foot.
No, you're just a tad. Listen, I have to submit through the merch crick. I got to submit these numbers to our manufacturer, and I see the volumes, of what people are, and I would say 70% of all of our shoe sales are between 9.5 and 11.
The average shoe size for a man in the U.S. right now is around 10.5.
Yeah, that's me.
Seth, did I not? Can somebody give me something? Can somebody give me some praise?
Yeah.
I mean, you were
What do you want?
spot on.
Some tough actin for your athlete's foot? Some Dr. Scholl's?
I get my own Timble, okay? And I give myself the belt if I could.
Oh, you're
Do you
not
know your
taking-
foot size? Your foot size is related from your elbow down to your wrist on your forearm. I don't know.
Here's
if
the
you
thing:
know that.
I wear 11s in most shoes, but like some shoes that are cut big, I'll have to go to a 10.5, like sandals and stuff. Sometimes. Don't forget. So anyway, go to my website, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyShop.com, because Lummy, we're only keeping the retro full trucker effect shirts, which are the #1 slot. We're only keeping those up until this weekend, and we're pulling those down. Those were pre-order as well, but not like so. Listen, as we are approaching 5,000 people on Rumble, not everybody that you watch on Rumble has their own merchandising gig like I do, including my own fragrance, Bubba Army Lummy,
Alpha,
Volume 25, and it. Tuttle, didn't you say that your wife actually gets a little wet over it?
Yeah, yes. She actually took the bottle. She has the bottle now.
It is unisex.
Yes, it is.
It's unisex. So we got all kinds of Air Bubba, fat man. So this is me. I'm a fat guy, and I'm dunking a donut. That's one of our logos right there. Fat guy dunking a donut. And we have all different types of things. Bubba Army flags. Lummy, these were big sellers. Now here was these are our Trump-inspired Bubba Army Fat Man Dunks 1. And Lummy, all you can see is we got, I think, one pair of 6.5s, a couple pair of 7s, a couple pair of 7.5s, and a couple pair of 8s. That's all we got. Whew. So those are our Trump-inspired Air Bubba 1s. We got knives, we got camo hats, we got sweatshirts, we got Stanley-inspired Stanleys. We got. Are we selling this? Are we still? Should I pull this down?
Yes, you can pull that down. Yeah.
Yeah, Merch Crick, pull down that repack stuff. I'm not. Seth damn near bankrupted me with all the shipping. I was doing all of his shipping and stuff for all of his cards.
we've outsourced that.
Yeah. So Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store, and peruse around if you can. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. By the way, reintroduction, Lummy, although we're an hour late. My name is Bubba the Love Sponge. We have a male skewing content show based out of Tampa, Florida. I've been doing syndicated radio for 40 years, syndicated radio for 25. I was the afternoon drive guy on Howard 101 for 6 years. We went all digital. We went digital in 2017 with Twitch. We're now across all platforms, pretty much everywhere, and our handle, if you will, is at the Bubba Army. Lummy, we have now pretty much we use Twitch. We don't really do much with Twitch, and we've put all of our eggs in the Rumble and /YouTube basket. We have 3, soon to be 4 terrestrial radio station affiliates, and we have our very own mothership of a website called Bubba Army HQ that has 25 or 30 years of archives. There's some real naughty, nasty XXX stuff that I used to do when I was on Howard 101 that we cannot post on Rumble, we cannot post on YouTube, we cannot post on X. Although Lummy, X, it seems like they allow a lot of stuff.
They sure do. But that can get us in trouble on just in our channel alone.
Yeah. I gotta ask.
It's weird.
old content and stuff. Does
BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Are the two really, really bad video stunts that I did for you?
They won't be. They're not available.
Okay, I'm always worried that they're somewhere around.
Mushroom Mitch, $20 in the PayPal. Now, also, unlike a lot of content creators, we have our own another way to help the show and fund the show, and we're probably nearly halfly funded by the fans themselves. And we have our own PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. And that's all at the Bubba Army, so you can directly give us donations that way as well, and you'll get a shout out if it's over $10. And then, Lummy, we have a new thing that Patrick Melton came up with.
Yes,
that's a 90-10 split, which is great, I think.
Yeah,
and that's BubbaArmyTips.com. But Patrick,
John Peterson, $100. Bubba Army Tips.
The Circle Jerk Challenge. And I'm just going to give the titles of what you participated in, because I don't think the titles will get us in trouble. You were involved in a stunt called anal expansion, and we're not going any further with that.
There's video of that.
Yeah, and it's, you know what, I
could you get rid of it?
No, I've gotten rid of it. I mean, I've locked it away. Do you want me to burn it? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
what if Tuttle, got me in what if Tuttle all of a sudden flipped on me, because he's been known to flip on. He's quit 6 times. This guy in the lower left quadrant he's burnt me. He cost me $2,000 one time with Cox.
Oh yeah.
So he's lucky that I've been so gracious to let him back.
I am.
And so
I just think the anal expansion video is not something.
But I need it to keep it in my back pocket in case he gets a little sideways.
All
I'm
right,
gonna be like, hey, Tuttle, did you just call me? Instead of Diddy, I'm Biddy.
Okay.
Biddy, Bubba, Biddy. Bubba P. Diddy. So, I mean, I got anal expansion in my back pocket, and then I got circle jerk challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the other one?
I don't know.
When we pepperonied you?
Yeah, with the airsoft guns, because that got pulled down immediately.
Yeah, just because, I mean, like that could almost be like a human trafficking kind of like, mean to humans kind of deal. Like like a civil rights violation.
It was the nicest Tom Bean.
I think YouTube sees that as like torture.
Yeah, we've tortured Tuttle. Oh my God.
Tom Bean was so nice to me after that happened for quite some time.
What he say is like, you know why? Because we were hoping that you didn't file charges on us. So he's like, I'll be nice to him. Yeah. So the circle jerk challenge, where we handcuffed 3 guys together, and then they took care of themselves, and the first guy to finish and put it on the other guy.
Oh my God.
Won the money.
Dude.
And then the anal expansion deal, it's just, we did that. There's this little apparatus that you put where it needs to be, and then you pump it, and then you're like, how many pumps can you go? And you're like, I can go 4 pumps, Bubba. So I pump it 4 times. I mean, it's like a reverse blood pressure cuff.
Yeah.
So, you stick, it's made like a Bizut Plizzug.
Yeah.
So you put it. That's what it is. It's an I'm just gonna say it. It's an inflatable butt plug.
And it had a valve release too.
Yeah. And Final Tuttle was like, I cannot take this anymore. I am in pain. Please.
John Costica, $100. Bubba Army Tips.
Love you, my friend. Today at let's call it 9:20.
Okay.
Alex Stein will be on, the world famous Alex Stein. I have 2 clips from him. Is this Lummy? Do you know that they got the idea to what to call this from me? Stand up and speak out. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I'm the one that gave them this idea. So this is where Alex, I think, goes to like universities, sets up like a little booth, puts a microphone, a little like 5-10 feet and a table away from him. He sits under a tent. And people are literally allowed to get up and ask him any type of question. At least that's how I understood the format.
Yeah, he does. That's why he calls himself Charlie Kirk, K-I-R-T, because that's what Charlie Kirk, K-U-R-T, does when he goes to the campuses. So Stein does it when he goes out, but he just calls himself Charlie.
He just needs
Kirk.
to be. When I get him on the air today, I'm gonna say stop biting off of Charlie. and establish your own brand. You're Alex Stein. Don't be Charlie Kirk. Just be Alex Stein. Don't bite on him. Be like me calling myself, Bubba Stern.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, especially when he's with the Turning Point group.
Right.
here.
Charlie's part of the Turning Point roster.
Oh, he runs it. He owns it. He started it.
So he may not want you biting off his tea. So we'll get into that next, okay?
Let's go.
Appreciate it. You can always call the studio lines, 813-90-BUBBA. 813-90-BUBBA if you'd like to talk. We get a lot of weirdos sometimes that call. Let me please don't let the.
Is that Charlie guy still calling?
Yeah, he was on it yesterday and today, so he's already been on it.
We'll allow Charlie one call a day. We'll allow it. I can shut it right on down. We'll eventually break Charlie down, where Charlie will be cool.
Maybe we can just find him another show to harass over time.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Pickens getting traded to the Cowboys.
Who did?
George Pickens.
Really?
You mean the Browns guy?
Steelers.
They got what's his name? Metcalf, right?
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a disaster for.
Let me thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. What's up, guys?
Let's see here.
What's up, NT Surfer? Scout and Big Gope, 88 months. Thank you, Scout and Big Gope. Oh, don't say that there.
Do we not have a hot mic on? Do we not have a hot mic on Rumble?
What's it showing on our Rumble?
I got it turned up all the way. Oh, okay. Never mind. I got it turned up all the way.
Yeah, it should be getting the same feed.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. It's there.
Sir Thompson.
Huh?
Oh, just talking to the chat.
Yeah.
Up Terry Snezuk. Hit that like button for us. Helps us out.
Yeah, we only got 90 thumbs.
Rumble.
Come on, guys. Give me more than that. All right, I'm going to play the two Alex gimmicks.
Okay.
Play the Alex gimmicks.
University is suing the Trump administration
Definitely
over
got it.
millions in research grants. The Ivy League school claims the freeze is and the White House.
What's up, Duck God?
I raised one. You raised a trained kid? I raised a child.
Tell him that Snezuk.
Just you like that?
Is that what I've been great from Canada? Up in Toronto. Yeah, J-Long.
Hit the thumbs, motherfucker. Hey, Creatine. Creatine, I need you, lover. I need you for an install. You know what I'm saying?
You should go, Felix.
What's Felix? What's wrong with him?
He said he's going to be in Orlando this weekend. Should I go to the Davenport Ale House?
Good luck, John. Average Joe's there right now. He's in Nashville for some.
Is that Alex Joe's little fucking toy car on front?
Oh, Average Joe's?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just bought that.
Did you tell him that I need him for the other gimmick?
Yeah, he said when he gets back, he's in Nashville till Friday. He's gonna look at it.
Okay.
He'll
I fired the other dude.
Okay, it's in his mind, so he knows about it. He's in Nashville until Friday, so he said probably when he gets back.
All right, no big deal.
Okay.
Smash it. Say it, Bubba is my God. Smash it. Snook Slayer.
And smash that thumbs.
Snook Slayer. Are you an AC guy, Snook Slay? Is Snook Slayer an AC guy?
I did not know.
Because he said he He'd help do the install, and creatine needs a helper, and I can't help. But creatine, I got some vital information to tell you.
What's up, Nick, the good guy? Yeah, Snizzle said he is.
So by the way, everybody on Rumble, we take 8 5-minute and 20. We take 7 because the 8th one's the end of the show. So we take 7 5-minute and 20 second, 5-minute and 20-second breaks.
Come on, 4 tires.
7 of them for our terrestrial affiliates to be able to play their terrestrial commercials. So we, at that point, keep the mics hot for all of our, YouTube, X, and because we can say fuck and shit like that, have fun and talk like men's, but we can't talk like that on terrestrial radio. So I've not heard much on the Shannon Sharp deal. Is there any movement on that?
I haven't seen anything.
Seth, have you seen any movement on that?
What?
On the Shannon Sharp stuff?
No. He's sitting out until training camp or to the start of the season. He's doing his podcast. And he's under the radar where podcasts are. You think?
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you. Here we go.
813-90-BUBBA if you'd like to talk to me. If not, just enjoy a real rugged men's skewing show that has literally every day of the week. Well, except Monday and Tuesdays. Monday and Tuesdays are the same. But the foundation, Lummy, our 3-legged foundation, most foundations take, 4. Our 4-legged foundation of people that are here 5 days a week are myself, Lummy, who is the slow-looking guy on the spectrum who looks like Brutus from Popeye in the upper right. He's the executive producer as well. And we made the dumbest guy the EP.
That's right.
That's the way. But he gets a lot of help from Seth. Do you find yourself, Lummy, getting a lot of help from Seth, or is Seth condescending and mean to you?
No, Seth is very helpful and nice. Okay. I appreciate Seth.
Perfect. Just checking, Seth. Just trying to check your chin.
No, Lummy's the man.
Then we got Seth Kushner on the very far right. He's like my number one co-host. And then we got our engineer, Macho Man. You don't really see or hear much from him because he's just back there, I guess, jumping on the rack? Rack diving, keeping us on the air and all the working and moving parts. Our facility is unbelievable. I don't know that anybody has the studio that we have. I mean, you wouldn't believe how big our studio is. In the back of Tuttle, now he's Wednesday only. Tuttle is, because he's got a real job. There's kind of an overview of we have a bar. We have another podcasting area in the very back, and then you'll see all these gold busts in the very back, and we have within our world, the Bubba Army world, and within the Bubba Army listener/fan world, we have a Hall of Fame. And so when we nominate anywhere between 6 and 11 people each year to be in the Hall of Fame. And we just proudly display them in the back. We're now starting our 3rd wall for the Hall of Fame. And when do we start? August?
Yeah, about August, September.
That we start the process of nominating the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Oh, but by the way, Lummy, remember when I put the link up for the Radio Hall of Fame?
Yes.
I didn't make it.
Oh, are you serious?
And then Randy Michaels, one of the most brilliant men in all radio. Even people in radio nowadays, CEOs and program directors, operation regional guys will say that arguably Randy Michaels is the smartest man ever to be in radio. Ever. From the engineering portion of radio to the sales portion of radio to the talent portion of radio. Randy Michaels, and he got pretty much blackballed from radio as well. Jeez. For being, a little bit out of the box and a little bit of a problem child. And that's why I'm although I'm getting ready to pick up my fourth 50,000 watt FM affiliate, I'm definitely blackballed in Tampa. We are heard on 3 different radio stations in Tampa, but they're not the really big, sexy ones. But hey, listen, we're very excited and appreciative of AM 820.
Yes, we are.
90, I think it's 98.3 over in Pinellas and 96.7 in Hillsboro. So I maybe you can send me, Lummy, the 2025 Radio Hall of Fame, and I promise you, because I had the fans, and we remember, Lummy, we had a couple links up on our various, Oh,
you got huge numbers on our Twitter.
I guarantee you that I had more people. I had the most nominations. In fact, I'm going to see if I can get. I know a person on the steering committee of the Radio Hall of Fame, which is why I thought I might get in it. And I'm going to see. I probably smoked everybody on the amount of nominations, but
I sent you the list.
They're going to Pete Rose you.
Oh yeah. So you're going to say after I die?
Yeah, you'll get in.
They'll be like, oh.
I can't believe some of these guys in here.
Yeah, hold on. So you're right. They're going to Pete Rose me. They're going to wait till I die. Then they're going to put me in there, and I can't really enjoy it. Right? You can't really enjoy or roll around it being in the Hall of Fame if you're dead. If you're alive, you can hey, guess what? I'm in the Hall of Fame, bitch.
What if you get maimed? Do you think that maybe they could put you in then and you would still be able to see it?
What do you mean, like I go and get in a car wreck and have like a double amputation?
Like a tiger accident or something, yeah.
Like Larry Flint.
I don't know. Here's the 2025 Radio Hall of Fame nominees. By the way, Lummy, it's my understanding that Big D and Bubba aren't even together anymore.
Yeah, did they break up like a year or two ago?
Will you look?
Yeah.
They're not even together anymore. And Alice Cooper just does a syndicated show. He does like Sunday nights, 9 to midnight on like the premier radio networks. And it's like, Alice's, dog, whatever the hell it is.
There's a couple people on there, but I mean, there's nothing that.
No, listen, yeah. I'm going to go through these, and there are some people that should be absolutely locked in and that you're not going to get. I'm not going to sit here and hate on every one of these because there are some really talented people that should get in and are worthy of getting in, maybe even before me. Alice, here, I got sound effects for this sort of thing. We're really fancy around here. Alice Cooper. Really? Really? No. You can be a rock guy and do some stupid, and like for the last 15, 20 years, because his music career sucks, he decides to prey on like Terre Haute and small little markets that take his syndicated Sunday.
He preys on little markets.
He does. You don't hear Alice Cooper on K-Rock in Los Angeles.
I don't hear him anywhere.
Well, you hear him on WPFR in Terre Haute, Indiana. He preys on these small little markets that are looking just to fill time up for free. It's all for barter. Alice Cooper, really, man? Bert Weiss?
Oh yeah, the Bert Show guy from Atlanta.
Oh, that guy. They're a huge show. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Step down.
Rick D and Bubba.
They're not together anymore.
They're not even together anymore, these two hill jacks.
But they made sweet, beautiful music when they were together.
Now, Bob and Sherry, I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
They're an accomplished adult contemporary show, and they've been around for a while. They have great ratings.
Oh, it looks like Big D and Bubba got back together, so they're back together.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Bob and Sherry, I would say, deserve to be in the Radio Hall of Fame. They're an adult contemporary female skewing morning show. They've been around for a while. They got a lot of affiliates. So, here I am, Bubba the Love Sponge. Everybody thinks I'm a dick, and I'm going to take a crap on all these. No, Bob and Sherry deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Bob Surratt. A legendary Chicago-based radio personality. I think both him and Bob Stroud deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm familiar with both of their work. Colin Cowherd, someday, but not now. You've not been doing it long enough. How long has Colin Cowherd been,
I'm looking it up.
Syndicated in radio? And here's the deal. Jim Rome blazed the path for you. There's so many other great sports-based personality. You're one of them, but I feel as if you need to put more time in.
You're no Dan Patrick.
No.
Yeah, because Colin Cowherd, didn't he get one of his starts in Tampa back in the 90s?
But listen, Colin Cowherd, 5 years from now? Yeah. Now? No. DL Hughley.
No.
It's these African American based morning shows are just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. DL Hughley. Now, Dee Dee McGuire, she is an African American based syndicated morning show. I worked with her at KTFM in San Antonio. She did overnights. That's back, Seth, when they actually had a real live. I worked at KTFM, which was a top 40 urban leading station, and they had like Sonny Menendez in the morning, and then I forget who they had, and then the Big Dog in the middays, and then Dr. Drex for afternoons, and then me 6 to 10, and then a guy named the Janitor from 10 to like 2, and then Dee Dee McGuire 2 to 6. And then she went on to have I think she's based out of Dallas, and she's had a very successful African-American based female skewing morning show. And yes, Dee Dee McGuire deserves to be in there. Enrique Santos? For real? He looks like a poor man's, who's the guy? Billy Mays. He looks like Billy Mays' son.
Okay, yeah, maybe the Latin version.
Yeah, I can see that.
Funk Master Flex? I thought you were doing rap records. You got Lummy. Google Funk Master Flex and what type of radio program he's putting on nowadays.
He's one of the biggest.
Where?
New York Hot 97.
Yeah, he's been spinning forever, man.
Spinning forever.
Yeah, but on the radio. All right, never mind. I don't know.
Joey Reynolds, I think, is a legend in New York. He's been around forever.
Wait, him over Funk Master Flex?
Yeah. Anybody can spin records. Joey Reynolds actually had to talk him up. John Garabedian. Now, I know John Garabedian, and I've worked with John Garabedian. He has the open house party. He was one of these very first radio personalities that would go live from his Boston, Massachusetts studios and these radio stations all throughout on Saturday. It was Saturday night. Saturday night open house party. And it was this 3 or 4 hour show that was really, really teen based. John and Ken, I think they're based out of San Diego. They've been around for a while. I could see where they could make it. Now, this next guy out of this entire list is absolutely the most talented radio guy on this entire list, and I look up to this dude as a person that I somewhat tried to emulate my radio career. He's got a character named Jim Schwartz, Jim Schwartz, who I modeled Ned after. His name's Kevin Matthews. He had a long tenure with AM 1000 in Chicago. He started his career, I think, in Michigan, Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I think since he's now back to Grand Rapids, Michigan, but he's it was a long-time legend in Chicago. This guy absolutely is the most talented man on this entire roster. This guy is absolutely worthy, probably 5 years ago worthy of being in the Radio Hall of Fame. Kevin Matthews. He doesn't get one of those. Kevin Matthews gets one of these. Kevin Matthews. I mean, very rarely do I, the Jim Romes, the Howard Sterns, the Phil Hendrys, I actually look up to. I am like, oh my God, this guy. Kevin Matthews is more talented than I am. He is so good. He is so good. Unbelievable. Kid Leo. I don't know a lot about Kid Leo. I've heard he's been in the business as long, if not longer, than me.
Since '73.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing nowadays. I don't know if he's doing some kind of oldies Scott Shannon show, but he's a little bit guilty being right next to Kevin Matthews. So, Larry Elder. It looks like I'm getting ready to buy a car.
Wasn't he? Did he run for governor or something in California?
I don't know who he is. I mean, I don't know.
Are you basing this off their credentials or their picture?
Both.
Okay.
Why don't you pull me Larry Elder's credentials if you could?
Okay.
Maybe I didn't quite give Kid Leo the proper due.
Yeah, he looked like he was an executive also at Columbia while working in the radio industry.
Who, Kid Leo?
Yeah.
I'm just absolutely mesmerized by Kevin Matthews. I'm so impressed by him. Larry, give me Larry Elder's pedigree.
Looks like
of
he
radio.
was a newscaster, WKCAL.
What city?
California, LA.
Oh, so he's one of those LA guys.
Yeah.
That instantaneously puts you there.
He works at KABC in '94.
How about Lori D. Young? I've never heard of her, but it looks like she's getting a little too much sun. She might want to back off the tanning bed. I don't know anything about Lori D. Young. I've never even heard of her. I've been in the radio industry 40 years. I've never heard of Lori D. Young. I'm going to have to rely on Lummy's Google report or Bing report as to actually, Lummy, the next two. Lori D. Young. See, here's what I don't understand. How does Lori D. Young and Mark Hawkeye Lewis.
She had a 39-year run as the morning host on iHeartMedia's 93.1 WPOC in Baltimore, which she budget cuts put into her career in 2024.
And Matt Hawkeye Lewis. Like, how does Lori D. Young and Matt Hawkeye Lewis get to be... Now, they're only going to pick 8 of all these people we're going through. They're only picking 8. So, I don't even have to worry about half of them. But I'll tell you one thing: you better have Kevin Matthews in there, or your Hall of Fame is not valid.
Have you thought about what you would give them? Like, they would say, "Hey, Bubba, we need a collectible item from your career or something that we could put on display." Would you?
He looks like he's in the Country Radio Hall of Fame, the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. He looks like 35 years at 96.3 KSCS in Dallas, Fort Worth.
All right. I mean, you got to throw a country guy in there. Martha Quinn. Really? So you're one of the original VJs on MTV. Now you're on Sirius XM. I don't know that she's doing anything terrestrially. Maybe she's doing I Love the 80s terrestrial weekend show, but you're putting people like her over me. Like, for real? Like, a girl that started out as a VJ on MTV has done the majority of her radio work on Sirius XM satellite, not terrestrial radio. And you're putting, maybe she's doing some terrestrial radio stuff now. But
the Martha Quinn show for iHeartMedia broadcasting
to me, it
35
looks like
stations.
It looks like iHeartMedia here pretty much just, controls who gets in here. Mojo in the Morning. Mojo in the Morning I think he started in Cincinnati. He's been a journeyman. Not better than me. Rule Brandis. I have never, by the way, the next 3 people, which is the only 3 people left, I've never even heard of.
They're fillers.
Scott Simon, Shelley Stewart, and Ruel Brandis.
Ruel Brandis' show. He looks like he did the Spanish station in
He looks
Texas,
like
and his show was canceled in 2024.
Really?
Yes.
So, I mean, it looks like the Radio Hall of Fame is like the shows that got canceled. How about Scott Simon? What's this guy do? When did he get canceled? How did he make the list?
He looks like he worked at NPR.
Oh, well.
Beach Metal Detectives, $10.
And then how about Shelley Stewart?
Shelley Stewart.
It looks like a preacher. Yeah, every Sunday on, some pissant radio station in Dayton, Ohio, Shelley Stewart's been flamethrowing for 32 years, preaching the word. What about Shelley Stewart?
It looks like he was in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out.
This is DEI.
He's 88.
DEI.
Black radio pioneer. 53 years in the radio business.
So you're going to put Shelley Stewart.
the Playboy.
Shelley Stewart, Scott Simon, Raul Brandis, Mark Hawkeye Lewis, Lori DeYoung, Funkmaster Flex, Enrique Santos.
Yeah, it looks like Shelley was threatened by the KKK to get off the air and he stayed on.
Alice Cooper all don't deserve to be on this list. Everybody else on this list. And if I had to pick, I think it's 8. If I had to pick 8, Bob and Sherry, that's 1. This is my prediction, Lummy. If I had to, out of this list, Bob and Sherry, Bob Surratt, Bob Stroud, there's 3. Dee Dee McGuire, 4. Number 1 with a bullet, Kevin Matthews, number 5. Man, I can't even come up with 6. I guess throw Mojo in there. I guess maybe with a Martha Quinn kicker, and there's your class of 2025.
Well, they'll probably throw Colin Cowherd in there.
Oh yeah, throw Colin Cowherd in there too.
He's got that national.
Yeah, he's got that. Put me in the gimmick look. So there you go.
So if they do wait until you die, maybe you should record a introduction speech that we can play when they finally put you in.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I gotta make my I have to tell Tom Bean or my sister or something that if they try to put me in after I'm dead, my family's not accepting it.
Really? You want to turn it down?
Yeah, turn it down because you guys kicked me when I was down. Wouldn't allow me back. You blackballed me in Tampa. You pretty much crapped on me through the latter part of my career. I had to reinvent myself digitally, which is doing quite well right now. I got 18,000 people on Rumble.
Woo!
So you can all suck a D. Oh, let me. Who's that?
I don't know. 214.
Oh.
214's Dallas, and that could be Dion, or it could be Alex. Oh, Alex is probably calling that he can't make it.
No, he wants to comment on the Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
So I'm up early exercising. I'm on my diet life. I'm still going to come on the show, but you're talking about the Radio Hall of Fame. I had to just make a point. So, first of all, Larry Elder is kind of a well-known guy. I don't know if he should be in the Radio Hall of Fame. Funkmaster Flex, now he used to have one of the most iconic hip-hop shows. He was kind of the guy that gets a little bit of credit for discovering Notorious B.I.G., so I think he could probably get in. But this is what's crazy. Dee Dee McGuire, she is a black host in Dallas, one of the biggest.
Hold on. Did you not hear my love for her?
No, exactly. No, but let me just say my statement. Let me just finish real quick. Dee Dee McGuire, local celebrity. Everybody knows her. The black hip-hop mogul, everybody. Then that Mike Hawkeye guy, I saw Dee Dee McGuire shared something about both of them getting nominated. I'm like, who is Hawkeye? I've lived here my whole life. I've never heard of that Hawkeye guy, not once in my life of it. And I listen to every radio station. I'm in every jackleg car, putting it on the radio. So I can't believe that guy's nominated for the Radio Hall of Fame.
He's in the country. He's the country. He's the country. I guess he's Bobby Bones in Texas.
Yeah, so here's the deal, man. You got that guy, Hawkeye Willie, that's getting nominated over a guy like me that's been doing this for 40 years. Is absolutely everybody in radio knows who the hell I am. I'm as name value wise as popular. I'm upper echelon when it comes to name value wise. Everybody knows who I am, whether it's from the trouble that I've gotten into or my work in itself. And I got guys like Brick D and Bubba and Hawkeye Jones. By the way, I worked with Dee Dee McGuire in San Antonio, and she was absolutely a sweetheart. She deserves to be in there. But like, again, this Hawkeye Jones, I mean, it's a joke. And you know what, Alex, I'll never get in there. I deserve to be in there. My work, my work, and the amount of syndicated stations I have, and having crossed the line over to satellite for 6 years, and now like 3 of these guys just got fired this year, none of which have established any type of digital presence at all.
And Mojo's dead.
And who?
I guess Mojo in the Morning died.
And Mojo in the Morning died. So there you go. And I can't get my. And by the way, we put up the nominate on all of our platforms, Facebook, X, Insta. We put up the nomination form, so I know the Bubba Army went in there and blasted it. I probably got a bigger following than any of them. Nah, probably not bigger than Cowherd. There's probably a couple of them that have a little bigger following than me, but I'm probably in there. And I'll never be nominated because for some reason I'm blackballed. For some reason.
Well, Bubba, that is unfortunate. You deserve to be in there if anybody does. But this is the thing. Like, I was kind of thinking, you're talking about the Rumble, and I was thinking about this the other day. I mean, Bubba, very few people, and I'll use a term that your audience will understand, Bubba Army will understand. All of these podcasters, including myself, because I have not even gotten over yet. Bubba, you did the hardest thing. You actually got over on the radio, and nobody can really do that. And so, it's just unfortunate that you actually got over it.
The things that I've accomplished in radio, most of everybody on that list has not.
Exactly right. And they haven't been as legendary or impactful on it. Even if they've had a longer career and even had more awards or accolades, they still did not have a bigger impact on radio. And we can talk about it later. I'm just mad at that Hawkeye guy. Never heard of him.
Can
96.3 in Dallas.
Listen, bud, I love you to death. I know sometimes you take portions of what I tell you and use them sometimes. Not all my ideas are good, but some of them are, and you have used them, several times. I don't think you should use the Charlie Kirk deal.
Yeah, you don't get the gimmick. You don't get the gimmick. It's because a lot of those kids on the campus don't know who I am. So if I can just joke and say that I'm Charlie Kirk, it's funny. And this is the thing. I take a huge risk, but this is one thing just by hearing you guys talk about it, you do not understand. Talk about getting over. Charlie Kirk's as over as he's ever been right now doing podcasts with Gavin Newsom. I just said he thinks the bit is kind of funny. I can only take it so far, so it's not like something I can do for a long time.
I know, but rather than abide on his brand, establish your own.
Well, of course, but I do it different because Charlie Kirk is a evangelical, respectful Christian, and I'm playing kind of like the evil Charlie Kirk. I'm the Charlie Kirk after dark. It's a joke, and it's not disrespectful to Charlie. It's kind of like the edgy version of Charlie. But this is the whole thing. It's going to end is I'm speaking at that CLS, and I'm coming in town in Tampa that I keep telling you about. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm going to end it there, and I'm going to debate me as Charlie Kirk versus Charlie Kirk, and debate him, and then I'll retire.
Okay. Well, obviously you have a gimmick going on that I'm not familiar with, so I'm not going to.
You have no idea.
All right, so that's why I said, I'm not going to sit here and criticize something that I'm not familiar with. Just on the surface, I think that your brand is strong and it will continue to grow. And you, on the face of just your brand, you could, it's not like you're going to get less people by being by being, Alex Stein than Charlie Kirk. But since you got a gimmick and you're working a program with this particular deal, I get it.
I'm working a program.
See, there you go.
100%.
You're working a program. You're working a program. You're working a program, and it's gonna cultivate into a super high spot here at CLS, and then we'll regroup for the next pay-per-view.
Yes, sir. And then the following semester, I'll be booked in every college, and I'll be.
How many radio personalities can say that they've wrestled in all three wrestling federations?
Nobody.
At the time when there were only three.
That's right.
Zero. And that's ridiculous. I mean, you deserve to get in. Glenn Beck's in. But you just said it. iHeartMedia. It's all their
guys. And you know what? Let me be interesting to see out of all those personalities. Maybe I can have somebody, the nearly 20,000 people on Rumble, or somebody do a little fact checking as to how many.
Use Grok.
Hold on.
Use Grok.
Well, however we do it. My homework assignment, maybe for Tuttle or Colton or somebody, is out of all of those personalities, how many are iHeart? You know what I'm saying?
Type that in on Twitter.
I would
on Twitter.
I would say probably 3/4, 60 to 75% are iHeart. So
probably so.
All right, my man. Well,
I'll talk to you guys here in a little bit. I'm exercising. I'll talk to you guys shortly.
Bye now. Let me, when we come back, because I didn't think the Radio Hall of Fame thing would last as long as it did, we're going to get into Alex's two high spots.
Perfect.
Trans mom and son versus Charlie Kirk. And then what's the second one? That was the first one, and then the second one is our men's T
stronger than women. Are men stronger than women? This guy says women are just as strong or as tough as.
That's kind of. Are men ST that?
Well, it's because it plays and it spells it out.
Oh, okay.
You just paused it when it was.
Sorry for accentuating how stupid and old I am. Appreciate you, my friend.
I'm sorry, that wasn't me. I think
I know you're on the Clear Channel gimmick. Are you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Several individuals. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Rob V, 32,000, 78 months. KJJPY, 47 months. Let's see. No, they don't care. Someone beat our. I think it was a while ago though.
Man, tell Gary he needs to fuck it. We've been fucking around with this 126. Now we were at 992 when the show started. We lost 2. Now we're at 990. Come on, I need people. But I don't want to promote it and disrespect Rumble. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I am 10 away from hitting 126 on fucking YouTube. I would really, it would be fucking super appreciative. Most people have Rumble and YouTube. Can you go over to my YouTube channel at the Bubba Army and just, what is it? I guess you hit a thumbs up, follow. I think it's It's follow and get a notification.
Yes. Hit the
I need 10 of you. I need 10 of you motherfuckers.
The bell.
I need 10 of you motherfuckers to do that for me right now, please. It's very important. I'm a head case. Can't help it.
Good morning, Ray.
I'm a head case. I need that 126 over at.
I need that.
I need the 126 at YouTube. I've been stuck at 125. Cantrell needs to turn it up a notch. Come on, Cantrell. Cantrell, you got to get us 10 people today. I mean, by the end of this show, motherfucker, I got to have 126 or I've failed you as a person. Oh, Lummy, did you?
4.
Will that mirror fit in the back?
We gotta get the measuring tape. Macho, we just brought it inside real quick, but we're gonna measure it.
Okay.
The car's unlocked, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Very sorry that the 2 subscribers left.
So
I picked up 2 through the begging, Lummy. I picked up 2 on the begging. I just need 8. All I need is 8. Because I'm a head case. I'm as much of a head case as Seth is. I just am more vocal about it. He's a little more subdued about being a head case.
what are we talking about?
We're on YouTube. We're stuck at like 125,000.
Coast 88.
990.
What do you think happens when we fucking block people?
Well, good things.
Guys were getting fucking blocked yesterday, and you're trying to get to a certain number.
When motherfuckers are going to talk bad about fucking your religion and call you bad names, I'm blocking them motherfuckers.
I watch YouTube all the time.
I haven't blocked anybody on YouTube.
Well, I'm just saying you're talking about getting over the hump on YouTube.
Well, I need 5 more motherfuckers on YouTube. At the Bubba Army, I need 5 more motherfuckers. Please, whether you're on Facebook or X or something, give me it. Give me, please. Let me don't forget the staff meeting today.
Yes, sir.
Please, just 5. I feel like Sally's mother.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Sorry.
Oh, we're over the 20,000 on Rumble.
Just went over 20,000 on Rumble. Just hit 126,000 subscribers on YouTube through my begging, borrowing, pleading, and stealing. Appreciate you. Trying to keep, just trying to grow. You know, out of the 20,000 people that are watching us on Rumble, the majority of them have no idea who we are. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. My name is Bubba the Love Sponge. Lummy is my executive producer. Seth Kushner is my co-host. And Tuttle is our Wednesday guest.
Yes.
Tuttle, you've come a long way from being a stunt boy to now you're like a legitimate, pipe you in and be important guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been...
and I'm paying you a little bit.
Yes, you are, and you're giving me a platform. I'm trying to create as much content as I can to help make this empire grow.
Now, did you agree with my duck gimmick? Did you agree with that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You got to hand to people something. Preferably a duck if they're in the Jeep, but at least some kind... Seth, what do they call it? A scotchkey?
Tchotchke.
Like a little, like a Jewish people call like little trinkets and little like what are they? Is it scotchke?
Sure, yeah. Yeah,
you got to give them a little scotchke, you know. Tuttle, the people, you know, if they're gonna give you some, if you're gonna be a man on the streets kind of guy dressed up as a duck, you know, that you got to give them a pair of sunglasses or a koozie or something like that.
You got to see Tuttle's newest content.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, TTMR, Tuttle's 10 meat review.
Tuttle's 10 meat review. Can you send it to me?
Yes.
Have we released it yet? Or I think
it's on the back end.
Yes, it's on the back end.
So Tuttle, give me the concept of. And by the way, this is you'll be able to find this exclusively on our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army. A lot of our one-off stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I can get the merch correct from, she's spending all this. The reason why she's gone is because she's trying to get her house ready to sell. She's trying to sell her house in Pasco County so I can pay my tax bill.
Hey,
so I don't get put in jail.
Sarah's watching. He does a great job on the numbers.
Sarah, let me just tell you, I know I'm a handful to deal with. I know I feel like I'm bitching all the time, but I'm just, you wetted my beak with such huge numbers on those first 2 days that when when today happened, I got a little, I should say anxiety ridden. But I am so appreciative of the relationship that we're establishing with you. And you guys are quite a powerful tool that I've, like Seth, it was my first hit of crack. I got a nice big hit of crack on Monday, and then I haven't got that crack high.
Yeah, then you're hitting
that high.
Yeah, you're hitting them up in the middle of the night, wondering what's going on.
So, Sarah, we are so thankful to be highlighted by you, promoted by you guys, and we look forward to doing, ancillary and some other stuff with you and Rumble as well. Thank you. For anybody that's watching us on Rumble, we are a Tampa-based radio / content provider. I've been doing it for 40 years. We have a plethora of things. We talk about Trump. We talk about sports. We talk about anything that a man could potentially want to talk about. So Tuttle is kind of not only a co-host on Wednesdays, but he also goes out and does man on the streets type stuff and various other things. And you now got a new thing called Meat.
Tuttle's 10 meat review, TTMR. It's Tuttle's 10 meat review. And I wanted to do it because everybody loves your food reviews, and I think
which I've been horrible at getting. Lummy, I'm supposed to maybe potentially see Shiloh Sanders today. So if we do, we might go do the Kentucky Fried Chicken and waffles.
Oh, nice. Okay.
If I see him.
Perfect.
All right, so back over to you, Tuttle. This is a Tuttle's 10 meat review. So
yes, and
where are you at?
I reviewed 3 10 seafoods this week, so I thought doing it by the water would add to the ambiance.
Okay, I think it. And is it low tide?
It's got to be low tide.
Yeah, it is low tide.
Low tide, yeah. Low tide always looks bad,
It's everyone throwing bricks in the water.
Yeah. So
I think he nailed the. He just sent me the intro on Saturday, and I thought I liked the intro so much. I'm convinced that this is going to be a hit.
Now, is the intro? If I hit play,
it's right there.
Is the intro ready? I mean,
this is the intro. Yeah.
From the wealthiest of the homeless to the poorest of kings, everybody loves 10 meats, and today we review 3. First up,
man, Tuttle, this is great.
Yeah, my bad.
We have King Oscar sardines.
Oh, never.
Oh, no way.
Coming up next, natural smoked wild kippers.
No, Tuttle, what's a kipper?
It's like a freshwater like sardine, but these are split down the middle with the backbones and everything.
Hardwood smoked oysters from Bumblebee.
I didn't even know there was a market for tinned. Other than salami other than sardines and things like that. I didn't even know there was a market.
All right, so the first meat that we're going to be...
I'm not going to play it all because I don't want to give you the payoff, but I just want to see you get into your first.
But aren't oysters kind of like a touch and go kind of thing where you
sure are?
So that seems weird to eat them out of a box. No,
it's a can.
A can.
Seem like they might be.
They salted a lot.
Oh, a lot of sodium,
probably,
so they don't go bad.
Like I'm talking food poisoning, yes or no?
And Tuttle, I'm telling you right now, man, I think this needs to be your backdrop every time. Like right in this same with these little boulders or these barnacle encrusted, pieces of cement, whatever the hell they are. That's a cement block with barnacles on top. That's some type of piece of cement that people have just thrown during high tide. They threw it in there trying to get rid of it, and now it's low tide.
This guy's he's got a nice little TV, dinner tray there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I love the setup.
I love it too. It's very simple. Tuttle, the only thing I can think of is that maybe we get you a Bubba Army logoed sign, and then
He's got the hat.
No, hold on. You didn't hear what I'm saying. We put Tuttle's 10, Tuttle's 10 meat review, put a little Velcro right here on the side, and have a Velcro sign, Tuttle, that says what you're doing. Call Tuttle's 10 meat review.
Yeah, no,
I
agree.
Have Rainbow Rick make us a little sign that we can Velcro on the end there, and it says Tuttle's 10 meat review with a couple Bubba Army logos.
I like it.
I do too.
Reviewing today is King Oscar's sardines.
Which, by the way, Tuttle, is that our new microphone setup, or is that your own?
That's my own, but I put the mic down there so you could actually hear the unboxing.
It sounds great. AMSR unboxing.
Extra virgin olive oil. I did bring this. I tried it for the first time.
There's that pinky.
Yeah, it's out.
And Sprite Zero Cherry Lime. I'm going to use that to kind of, rinse the palate a little bit. So we're going to come in.
Now, Tuttle, have you tried? Do you like this?
First reaction.
Do you like this kind of stuff, or in some instances you've never tried it?
Me and my dad used to eat sardines all the time because they're packed with protein. Like one little can of sardines has like 25 to 26 grams of protein in it.
I could never eat a sardine.
Louisiana hot sauce.
Yeah, but you can't eat too much of that, man.
Don't you eat them head and all?
Yeah, you get the crunchy backbone.
But you
get the
too
crunchy.
much of it, though.
You get the. Hold on. When you eat a sardine, they're not deheaded.
No, it's a whole fish.
Some of them come with heads, but
a delicacy.
I like the packaging of this particular sardine. They're about 230 calories, 16 grams of protein, and
look at that pinky. It's out. Tuttle's got this nervous twitch, like this almost Tourette type twitch, where his left pinky, through all of the alcoholism and anti-SSIs and all the medications he's been on, he's developed this pinky. You almost got like a pinky hard on.
Well, it's kind of like when people get a bad concussion. I think it's like nerve damage where, like when Tua kept getting hit, his arms would like stick straight out. I think I got like a mini like concussion.
Hey, is Kristen filming this?
No, Kristen is not.
Whoever you have is doing a great job.
Right. Yeah, who did it for you?
My friend Charlie. He's the one that helped me with this. And
zero sugars. So I'm gonna put this down here because I don't want.
I just throw it in the back.
I know. I don't want to litter.
What's worse, a plastic bag in the ocean or a concrete block with barnacles on it?
Plastic bag in the ocean.
Yeah, technically the blocks, the fish and aqua can live on it.
Put it in your pocket. I'm sorry.
Here. So this is all about the unboxing. Trying to get this a little bit for you.
Oh. Zoom and Willie.
Yeah, man, you need to tell Charlie he is on point. And with the with the microphone down there and the ASMR gimmick.
I know. Pull it back.
Oh, yeah! I literally want to throw up right now. Right now.
Now, right off, I got to tell you, I don't like a lot of the oil and stuff. And I'm going to just kind of drain a little bit off here to the side. Because it is a little too much oil at times.
Now, when you licked it,
yeah,
what was it? Real fishy? Was it real sardine-y?
Yeah, you could tell that it was extra virgin olive oil, so you get a little bit of the olive oil and the
fish
mixture.
So you can see these are whole fish.
Yeah, in some instances, that's a head, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, those are headless. Those
are headless, those ones.
Those are
and extra virgin olive oil. So I'm going to try this. It's going to be kind of like...
unless I was homeless and there was nothing in the dumpster dive, not like 4 or 5 McDonald's French fries or a half a cheeseburger left, would I eat? No way.
Dave Portnoy's pizza review, but one bite,
Tuttle's 10 meat review, ladies and gentlemen.
As you can see, they actually still have the back dorsal fins on them. So we're going to...
Tuttle, you got way more balls than me, my friend. Great idea.
I know it sounded stupid when I pitched it to you guys a couple weeks ago.
It's straight up money.
Try this out.
By the way, this is available on our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army. And Lummy, we'll start sharing some of this on Rumble as well.
Yeah.
Are you ready to puke?
No, I actually love this one.
It looks like that when you kind of went down, like you're getting ready to throw up.
No, Bubba,
be kind of like...
He's doing this because he likes tinned meats.
Yeah, I do. Next week, I'm doing squid
review, but one bite. As you can see, they actually still have the back dorsal fins on them.
Oh. When does this get released? Hopefully soon.
We'll release it today.
Let's release this today at noon.
Okay.
Now, can people, like, if they want to send in 10 meats to the studio that I can try out on my 10 meat review?
I guess they don't go bad. They don't need refrigeration, right?
No.
I mean, don't send it with the expiration date super
that's what
close.
I'm saying, check the expiration date. But if they're well within the expiration date guidelines, yes, maybe there's stuff like in St. Louis, Missouri that they don't have down here. Territorially, like if you go up the eastern seaboard, there's probably all types of exotic 10 meats compared to, and I'm sure Florida, being a coastal community, probably has way more of a selection that say Warsaw, Indiana, right?
Yeah.
So territorially, like Susan Poitras, isn't she from like Massachusetts or something like that, Lummy? She brings down some specialty stuff from her hometown. So yes, Bubba Army, if you have some type of exotic 10 meat,
I'll eat anything.
That's not something we have down here, send it to us to the studio, and make sure you label Tuttle's 10 meats, please.
Is this
we're gonna try.
Is this all like very cheap stuff, Tuttle, or can some of it get expensive?
I like to get one expensive one. I like to get one odd off the wall meat, and then like the oyster ones that I try are just like the cheapest of the cheapest smoked oysters.
This out.
Good luck with that.
The texture is great.
Oh goodness.
As he's eating it, goddamn dorsal fin. I've seen enough. You're going to have to wait till noon. This will be released. Okay. This will be released on our YouTube channel, but it's straight money. It's going to do well. Thank you, Tuttle. Great idea.
Okay,
great idea. Don't forget, Tuttle also has his podcast with his wife, Tuttle and Kristen.
Yep, and Loner and Stoner.
And Loner and Stoner.
Did you like trans kids?
I raised.
So here is Alex Stein, who has now got this new alter ego called Charlie Kurt. And he goes up to various university, part of the Turning Point gimmick. And he sets up a little booth. I'm the one that named the booth. It's called, what, Step Up and Speak Up?
Yes.
And so people come up and give their opinions about anything to Alex Stein, who's now relabeled himself Charlie Kurt.
Did you like trans kids?
I raised one.
You raised a trans kid?
I raised a child who decided to follow their true heart.
Okay, what about their other organs, like their genitals? That's they don't want to go by their true genitals?
This is my son.
That's your son?
Yep. No. This is my son, but also people who are autistic.
And you're probably autistic. And we shouldn't let autistic people transition their sex because they're autistic. They're retarded. And a retarded person cannot pick their gender.
2025, and this man uses the R word?
Wow.
Invite this gentleman?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Are there people really rolling around as mothers like her?
Yeah.
And here's the deal. And I don't want anybody to misconstrue that I'm trying to not be trans friendly, because I am trans friendly. But I think it needs to be established when the kid is an adult and can make their own decisions in life as to what they identify as. And I certainly don't think that they should ever be allowed, a man, to enter into a woman's a competition, athletic or whatever type of physical competition ever.
The R word? Did you invite this to?
And let's just burn a timeout on the R word. The word retarded. It's not offensive. It means to slow down, is what it means.
That's what you do to an engine, right?
And you can retard your ignition on a motor, on an engine. You can retard anything, which means to slow down. And so I don't know when. Maybe it was during the Barack Obama regime.
I think it was, actually, yeah.
That all of a sudden, it's like you cannot call somebody retarded. And why not? I'm fat. And there's more fat people than retarded people. But us fat people have no rights. There's no big underlying whodunit about, man, you can't call fat people fat anymore. Yeah, you can. You can call them fat all you want. So to retard is to slow down. And so you can't you can't say that person is retarded.
Yeah, 2010, the Rosa's Law, Barack Obama signed in.
So there you go. 2010, the Rosa Law that says what? You cannot identify slow people as being retarded. And retarded is not like the N-word or anything like that could be offensive. This is a word that means to slow down.
Yeah, it was found offensive, so they changed it from mental retardation to intellectual disability.
Just like a janitor is a cleaning engineer now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Can you what?
But the correlation between fat people and the R word people, R word people can't choose. You can choose to not be fat, though. You could work out and everything, if that makes sense.
But retarded is not an offensive word. It means to slow down.
Well, it's not offensive to you. But to families of, kids that have Down syndrome, it is hurtful. I know that's a pussy ass take. I worked with Drew. Drew's nephew Will had Down syndrome, and Drew was very against the R word. And I saw from his family, from his sister, from his brother-in-law, the impact that would have when they would hear that.
But I don't think a person that has Down syndrome needs to be called retarded. They have Down syndrome. They have Down syndrome. They're not retarded. So, that person has Down syndrome. But there are some people that don't have Down syndromes that's retarded.
Would you say B-Fud would fall underneath that category,
Yes,
the guy that used to be on the show?
Absolutely. He's retarded, yes. But he doesn't have Down syndrome.
No.
So people with Down syndrome should be identified as a person that has Down syndrome. And I don't know anybody necessarily in that world, but maybe Drew would be able to help me better understand it. But I don't think if a person has a child that has Down syndrome, I don't think saying they have Down syndrome is offensive. I don't think that that's offensive. Is it?
No, but that's not the word that's in question.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If you call somebody that has Down syndrome, there's obvious indicators of a person that has Down syndrome. You can just tell. I don't have to get into it. The high forehead, you can just tell. And you should identify those people as having Down syndrome. Now, a guy like B-Fud, who has an IQ of less than 62, but does not have the Down syndrome facial and or other type of physical features, does not have Down syndrome, has not been diagnosed with Down syndrome, he's retarded.
He would even say the word, too.
Yeah. So it's like we all get caught up in semantics here. Don't call people with Down syndrome retarded, because they're not. They have Down syndrome. But people that don't have Down syndrome, that are slow, less than 62, an IQ less of 62, I think is considered retarded. If that's their case, with no physical attributes denoting the Down syndrome gene, then they're retarded. Sorry.
Word? Did you invite this gentleman?
You have an autistic daughter.
Why did you say I was autistic?
Are you autistic?
And I think that's another cop out too. Autistic. Everybody's autistic now. If your kid's doesn't want to do something and it's a little bit weird, have we ever heard? Can we bring weird back?
No, that's a bad word.
Weird? We can't bring. Hey, my kid's weird. You know what, Lummy? Your kid. I'm not.
I know.
Saying this against Walker. Lummy, your kid's weird. Man, that kid's weird.
He is weird, yeah.
No.
Well, your kid is weird. He loves knockers at the age of 2.
Can't be. Yeah.
About that. It's a mental health issue. You don't solve it by cutting off your breasts. Look at your body shape. Your hips are like a woman. You're never going to be a guy.
Thank God, because if I was a boy like you, I'd kill myself.
See, exactly. Suicide. This is what guys. That's what I'm talking about. They always go to suicide. Trans people, they love suicide so much. Did you like trans kids?
So, I love Alex's argument there. Here is, by the way, Alex will be on today about 9:20.
I think that women are just as tough as men. I think that.
Yeah, I would say maybe emotionally just as tough, but not physically as tough. There's a reason.
So you're saying that women wouldn't be able to play in a sport with a man because it's not safe for the woman to play?
Do women get drafted in the military?
No, but they go to the military.
I know, but why don't they get drafted? And why do guys get drafted and women
do we even
don't?
still do the draft?
I'm saying, yeah, the draft is still. We all have to register for the draft.
Okay, well, first of all, I think.
Why don't women
first of all, I think that no one should be able to. No one should have to register for the draft.
We agree on that,
but
I'm
second
just
of
saying,
all,
why do men get drafted and not women?
Because I think back when the draft was like being used heavily, I think that it was very sexist and men viewed women not as strong, and I think that that's pretty horrible because women are just as strong as men.
No,
they're not. About physically just as.
No, they're not. I mean, like if I had my doctor here, Dr. Dan Diaco, women are not physically as strong as men. They're just not.
I think my boxing record proves that.
That's right.
They're just not.
Yeah.
Wait, now there are some women that are gym rats that could beat up a nerd. That could beat up a little nerd. There's probably some women that could beat up Brian Petroni. But in isolated incidents, a baby comes out of a woman today as a boy, and a baby comes out from a woman today as a girl, and you follow the timelines of both that were born on the very same day, the very same age. One boy being born a man, one boy being born a girl. You're just naturally going to see that boy develop into a stronger. It's just physiological. It's just the way it is.
Strong.
Physically and mentally, yeah. You can disagree with me here, but if you're a woman going into the military...
Are there some women that are physically stronger than a man? Yes, but on average. I'm talking about on average. Men are much stronger than women. I have to agree.
I still would disagree with that sometimes. I think that women are just as tough as men. I think that...
Yeah, let's say maybe emotionally just as tough, but not physically
I want to get
as
to this
tough.
guy here.
There's a
okay,
reason.
so you're saying that women...
I want to analyze this guy. Like, what does this guy... What generation... Is this Gen Z...
Gen Y?
Like, what's the new Gen? I think I'm Gen X.
Yes, you are.
I'm Gen X. Seth, I think you're on the very, very, very end of Gen X.
I'm a millennial.
He's a millennial.
Okay, you're a millennial? Okay.
Gen
Toto, what
Xer
are
here.
you?
Gen Xer.
You're Gen
last
X?
Year. Yep.
Barely. Lummy, are you
I'm millennial.
You're millennial.
Generation Z is what these... I'm guessing what this kid is.
These new young kids are what, Gen Z?
Yeah.
And so what does this guy, how does he roll? Like what does he do?
Very fluid.
What does that mean? Very fluid.
He can go either way. Like, he takes the shape of his environment.
Oh, okay.
So he could fit in anywhere.
I mean, can't you get probably 100 doctors that know the human body? And probably all 100, if they didn't have some type of special interest that they were serving, and they were just to be intellectually honest about what they've learned about the human anatomy and the people they've treated. Don't you think 100 out of 100 doctors would say genuinely, generally speaking, that a 21-year-old man and a 21-year-old woman who have done very little weight training and specialized whatever, that the man just is built different and is stronger. Like, I don't even know that should be an argument.
So it looks like Generation Z is from 2000 up to 2010, and I guess Gen Alpha is 2010 to 2025, and the new one now for 2025.
Oh, hold on. Gen Alpha, when you say
Alpha.
Does this mean the years they were born?
Yeah, they're counting Generation Alpha from 2010 to 2025.
All right, so like what my son was born in 02.
So he's Generation Z.
So he's Gen Z.
Yeah, and now the new one they came out with is Gen Beta.
When did Gen Z stop?
2010.
2010.
Yeah.
So if you're born in 2010 or 2011, what's after Gen Z?
Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha. Is that what we're on right now?
No. Now this year.
No, they go in. Don't they go in 10-year increments or something like?
It looks like 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I was born, when was Sammy born?
2017.
2017. So she's Gen Alpha.
Yes.
Walker is not Gen Alpha.
No, he's Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha expired in 2025.
Oh, okay.
Now.
So today, this year, we're starting a new gen.
Yes.
So if we were to start with me, the oldest, I'm Generation X. I'm Gen X, right?
Yes.
Then we go to millennials, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah, I think, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, so.
Yes.
I'm Gen what again? What am I
X.
again?
We're X.
I'm Gen X.
Yes.
Then we go to alphas. Then I'm sorry. Then we go Gen X, then we go Gen Z.
No, millennial.
Okay, I'm sorry. So hold on. You know what? I actually got to write this down. I want to write this down because I don't want to get it wrong.
Why don't you just take a drink of water, reset, and we're going to come back and we're going to nail this one, Bubba.
You want to do that?
No, I just meant like on the air. I didn't know if you needed like a quick little mental refresher.
Yeah, I think I do. I think my eggs are scrambled.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah, we're right there. He puts us on the other side.
I knew each time he went to answer, he was doing it a different way. It's like,
He was confused. I was trying to keep with the chart I had.
I know. Oh, man. You know, why can't we all just be people?
People. Hey, Seth, guess what? I'm a people. What are you? People?
I'm from the people generation.
People. I'm a person.
There's going to be so many different fucking people that inhabit this earth. We should just be the people generation.
I think we're fucked. What do I do?
Oh, man. Oh, man, why are they making these basketball games so fucking late?
Did you watch a game last night?
Not last night, but I watched OKC and
Aren't my Pacers killing it?
yeah, they're shocking the world right
They're
now.
up on the number 1 seed, aren't they?
Oh, dude, Cleveland's amazing. Yeah, they're Halliburton's playing.
Aren't they 2-1?
2-0
2-0
on Cleveland. Yeah, Cavaliers.
How's Boston?
Boston lost to the Knicks the other night.
Who do you think's going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Pacers? I guess I got to stick with. I think that it'll be. I like Cleveland and the Celtics. I thought Cleveland was probably the best team in the NBA this year.
Right.
But the Pacers and Halliburton are on another level right now.
I saw a couple of highlights on Halliburton a few nights ago, and the motherfucker was unconscious.
Well, he was on the Olympic team, but he gets dogged a lot. Like he got voted the most overrated player in the NBA.
He did?
Yeah, he didn't play much. He didn't play much in the Olympics, which is fine. He's a young guy.
Now the thing about the Pacers, like when they had Paul George and shit, a lot of times they'll get these good players like Halliburton.
No, they traded for Halliburton.
What I'm saying is, can they give him, like, when it comes to when he needs a supermax deal?
Yeah.
Can they retain him?
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. anymore.
Okay, so they can retain him.
Yeah, of course.
Is he young?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like...
He's probably 24, 25.
Got another 10 years left?
Absolutely. What's up, Thomas? Yeah, Pickens of the Cowboys. I'm glad Cowboys definitely solidified themselves as a fucking mess this year.
So...
Although Pickens and Aaron Rodgers would have been real toxic.
Now, has Rodgers announced anything yet?
Oh, no.
Is he done?
I don't think so. I think he's going to go to the Steelers. They haven't done anything at quarterback. What's up, Kostika?
Johnny K! My buddy. Johnny K, I got to try to figure out what my Indiana travel dates are going to be, but... Yeah, you're right. I'm a fan from Orlando, a BOGO from Pumpkin Publix. That's my world, cousin.
What's BOGO?
Buy one, get one.
No, what is BOGO? Like, what's BOGO right now? I'm asking.
The yogurt I was eating.
Oh, the Chobani Flips?
Yeah.
What up, White Iced Tea? What up, Nats fan? You got it, what's in your mouth?
Out to an up.
Thanks for hanging around.
So the Pacers are up 2-0?
Yeah, and now they're going home. What up, Mark? What's up, Johnny? This is when superstars are made, man.
Who's going to come out of the West, you think?
Fuck, dude. I hope the Thunder, but I don't know. We'll see after tonight. What up, Jay Bowler? What's up, Liz? What's up, Paper Towel Willie? What up, Jim?
Paper Towel Willie, thank you so much for all that you do, Paper. Now, Lummy, you think we'll get that big push tomorrow morning right at 6?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
God, look at old girl. What's her name, Lummy? On Channel 10. Like, she's Jesus, my Lord.
Caitlin Lockerbie.
Yes. Caitlin Lockerbie.
Yeah, there you go.
My God. Is she the hottest chick in TV right now in locally? She's got to be. Where's she turn around so I can see that ass?
I think the weather chick has her beat.
You think so?
Yeah.
Little brunette freak. So anyway, Sarah, thank you so very much. Hopefully tomorrow, right at 6, out of the hole, because that's when if we need that. If we need that first little push, Lummy, to get us to that. Because how did we get to almost 70? Now, I don't think like yesterday when it said we get to 66,800. I think that's cumulative after the end of the day. I think we never got to that amount like live.
No, we didn't.
No.
Yeah, it's cumulative.
Okay. So
like today, our highest was 20 and change.
And that's about what it is, isn't it, usually?
Yeah, that was our first time hitting 20.
Oh, was?
Yeah, yesterday.
We had 20 today?
Yes, yesterday was 16.
Right. Hi, I'm my name is Bubba the Love Sponge. How you doing? We're broadcasting from Tampa, Florida. In a big-ass warehouse that has mice.
Still around?
And here's the deal, Tuttle. I've had an exterminator company come and said, like, you'll never be able to get rid of all the mice. You're just not going to be able to. There's you got a warehouse that was built in 1978, and there's just too many little nooks and crannies for them to get into. And these little mice bastards, they can get they can get like as thin as a sheet of paper.
Easy, yep.
Little bastards, like they have no backbone, they're like the Matrix.
Need a good cat. Good mean cat.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, if we had a good mean cat, then it would end up being domesticated because we would feed it and love on it, and it'd start, it'd probably be hanging out in Macho's room. Because Macho, gets lonely in there. He'd talk to that cat, and that cat would just get, we'd feed it people's food and Purina, cat chow, and it wouldn't want to hunt anymore.
Nope. Then we'd get fat and just sit by the door.
Exactly. It's just going to be another animal we got to take care of. We already got 2 goats out back.
That's right. And some fish.
Oh, we're going through the what I have written down is 1, 2, 3, 4 different generations and what they're called.
Yes.
And I think before me, what was that, baby boomer?
The baby.
Yes.
All right. So before, my mom is, and probably up.
What year was she born?
My mom was born in 44.
Then she was the silent generation.
Oh.
My mom was born she graduated in 64. So that would have made her, so she was probably born, my mom was born in 46. So what does 1946 put you at?
I bet she is the start of the baby boom.
So my mom's a baby boomer. Seth, your mom's probably a boomer. Larry and Elise are probably booms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got the booms.
Yep.
And then you got me.
Yes.
Gen X.
Yes.
Then you got millennials.
Yes.
Then you got Gen Z.
Yes.
Then we're just coming off of Alpha.
Yes.
And so
new one.
Okay, so give me the dates starting with let's go boom. What's boom?
46 to 64.
46 to 64 are booms.
Yes.
What's X?
65 to 80.
65 to 80. Okay.
Just made that one.
Millennial.
You're an X?
Yeah, November of 79.
All right.
Millennial is 81 to 96.
81 to 96. Okay.
Z is 97 to 2010.
To 2000 to 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Alpha has 2010 to 2024.
24. Okay. Now what?
Generation Beta.
Hold on. Everybody, all the babies right now are betas?
Yes, they're betas.
Who wants to be a beta? That's the worst. The beta means you're a bitch.
That's right.
Like for instance, my fragrance. It's called Alpha because I'm a real man. I do alpha-like things. Alpha. Bubba Army Alpha. Volume 25. Go to Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop, and get you some. Modeled after the very expensive $500 bottle of Creed. It's unisex, and the chicks go crazy on it. So my mom's our parents, I would say most of all of our parents were boomers.
Yeah.
I'm Gen X. Tuttle, you're Gen X.
Yep.
And then Macho Man, I think you're Gen X. That's not disclosing your real age because you know what? I don't think that anybody knows your real age. That's one of the big whodunits. You could be 36, you could be 56, based on the stuff you run through your body and how you look. But I'm assuming that me, Tuttle, and Macho Man, and Dan, and Jay,
and Gene,
and probably Brian.
Oh, Brian's a millennial.
Yeah.
Is he really a millennial?
Yeah.
Oh, Seth, you're not a kidding on that weather girl. My Lord Almighty. Okay, then millennials, 81 through 96. That's Seth and Lummy.
Yes, and Babyface.
Then Gen Z. I don't think we got any Gen Zs unless 7-Eleven.
Yeah, he might be right on the edge of millennial generations. Yeah, he's probably Gen Z.
Gen Z.
Yep.
And then alphas. We don't have any alphas.
No.
And then betas.
Yeah.
Wow. Hi, I'm a beta. Well, I guess if you're a beta, you can't even talk. You just got popped out this year.
Yeah.
Right?
You're a couple months old.
Man, wait till I tell my friends who have kids. Hold on. Thank God Sammy and Walker are alphas.
That's right.
Because you wouldn't want them to be a beta.
Nope.
That would ruin Seth's day having to go home and tell Phoebes. Phoebes, what? She's a beta.
I don't know. Only real men are concerned with alpha and beta.
Well, I'm concerned about it. And I'm glad that your daughter is not one.
Thank you.
I'm glad that she's solidly in the alpha. Solidly.
I hope she has a good life trajectory because of that.
Because she's going to have a far better life and a better chance in life be an alpha than a beta, because each generation gets softer.
Yeah, but that real hard generation that you're in is gonna fade away, and then it's gonna be the alphas and betas, and they're gonna be cool with each other.
So let me
as they should.
So as far as timed out, the boomers are starting to time out.
Yes,
they're dying. The boomers are dying.
They are dying
because most boomers are 80.
No, the baby boom.
Well, hold on, 1964. Oh, 1964. You could be born up in 60 to 64?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I'm almost a boomer.
You're close.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
You snuck into that Generation X.
So Gen X, have we ever had a Gen X
Gen
president?
X is the best, man. Growing up in the 80s, man. Oh, I go to the couple of these X pages, Lummy, and it's all about growing up in the 80s, and just life was so simple and so cool, and it was just cool as hell growing up in the 80s.
You had to be an idiot to get in trouble or caught with anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, there was none of this track my iPhone stuff that your parents could keep up with you.
Millennials, you're okay too. But it really starts going downhill in the Gen Zs. That's the problem. Gen Zs and alphas are just soft.
Yeah, those alpha kids.
What happens when there's no more boomers? Then I'm at the top of the dying chain. Lummy, I'm only one category from being on the dying dying category.
Yeah, there's only two before you: the greatest generation
and the silent era.
Oh, hold on. What was before the boom?
Well, before the boom was the silent generation. And
what? They couldn't talk?
I guess they were just silent. And then
real depressed.
The before that, from 1901, 1927, the greatest generation.
Why are they the greatest? You know why? Because they're all dead.
No, they fought in 2 world wars.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And survived the Great Depression.
That's the problem. We haven't had a war where we all got drafted and had to go fight. I think even when I was, what's the drafting? Isn't it like
it's 60 and it's 60 and up?
No. What I'm saying is like I think it's 18 to like 35 is what like if we were to have we do have a draft, but if you
selective service,
if they said, okay, we're in a really bad war, we're going to actually follow through with the draft, I think it's 18 to 34.
18 to 25.
Oh, that's it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm double then some.
Yeah, you're good. You're cleared, unless we turn into the Ukraine where they're just getting everybody.
Well, I'd sit at my house with my guns and barricade. I'd barricade my. I'd be like, I could get a hold of like whatever the commanding officer of my district would be. I'd be like, hey, listen, here's where I live, and I'm secure. My girl knows how to shoot a gun. I know how to shoot a gun. I got lots of guns. So we'll take out. I don't know what I can do about an airplane bombing my house. I don't know if I can really do much about that.
There's some drones coming through.
Oh yeah, you know what? The next war will probably be fought with drones.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that AI animated deal where like they have like 5 million drones that all come marching into a city and they can like shoot and drop bombs and like hurt you? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have seen it.
Instead of soldiers, why wouldn't you just send in like 5,000 drones to go in and if especially if those drones had the capabilities to shoot or to lay down some poisonous gas, or they're going to be able to have the capabilities to like release like some gases or something. Some of these drones are like the sizes of they're like pretty big.
That's
be
where it's
shooting
going
them out of
though.
the sky.
So anyway, I was watching Fox yesterday. Imagine that, and eating one of my prefabbed meals. I've been trying to do a little bit better on my diet, so I've done some meal prep.
Yeah, you're looking good too.
By the way, Tom Bean, 3 things that I hate: Brussels sprouts, squash, and sweet potatoes. I really don't like those, especially Brussels sprouts. And Tom Bean came to my apartment yesterday after we worked out, and he put some olive oil and some seasoning, and got fresh Brussels sprouts, carrots, sweet potatoes, and whipped together like this vegetable medley. And I ate it.
Nice.
I ate it. I liked it. It was good. So I'm gonna try to.
You gonna have him show Merch Crick how to cook it for you?
Merch Crick couldn't. She can't cook cereal.
Oh no!
What?
Merch Crick can't cook.
Oh.
There's a lot of great things Merch Crick can do.
Maybe you just don't let her. I saw the way she made those pancakes with Maria Guatemala.
No, Maria Guatemala, that bitch can't cook.
But Merch Crick is she's
got big
Spanish,
jugs.
right?
Yeah, she's Spanish.
I thought that comes with like
Merch Crick's too scattered.
Yeah.
Merch Crick would be whipping up something, and then 2 orders would come in, and she'd be like, "Oh my God, I got 2 orders," and then she literally drops her entire world because somebody from Iowa ordered a flag.
Oh, you're saying she couldn't cook and run your merch division?
Right, exactly. Right. You're exactly right. Like Phoebe is a real woman, and she could probably get like 3, or she could probably cook dinner, continue to be online and work and do a couple other things, maybe a couple loads of laundry. Ashley, I know, can do about 40 things.
Yeah, she has her headset.
Merch Crick, one thing, buddy. That's it.
Wow. Now, do you tell her she's only allowed one thing, or does she say I can only do one thing?
Well, I've pretty much, just said, listen, let's just stick to one thing, babes.
Okay.
Get outside hobbies.
Let's make sure that guy from Iowa gets his merchandise. Don't worry about whipping me up stuff. I might be able to handle that. Hi, who's this? By the way, 813-90 Bubba, the studio phone lines if you'd like to call in. It's Russian roulette as to what we get on the phone lines.
Yes, it is.
Sometimes it can be great, and most of the times it sucks.
From the great state of Washington D.C. or not state, Jesus, tiny state, Washington D.C.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air, live, Bubba Show. Hello. Perfect. Love that. So, I'm watching Fox yesterday, and there's an actual commercial. They're like, okay, it's Jesse Waters and Gutfield, and you're watching The Five.
Good show.
And we'll be back after these words. So there are a couple commercials, like a Chevy commercial or something like that, and then all of a sudden there's a commercial sponsored by the United States of America and the Department of Homeland Security, and it's an actual commercial about turning yourself in. Like it's an actual 1-minute commercial. Not part of the Five's coverage of a story, and the Five is saying, hey, don't forget Homeland Security. Well, this is an actual commercial, as if it was Chevrolet or Ford or Toyo Tire or Skag or something like that, right?
How many illegals do you think are watching The Five on Fox?
I don't know, but here's the deal.
I was just thinking I was thinking that this was the target audience, and I was like, wait, the target audience are illegals.
Here's the deal.
I think want to play it on a Telemundo.
I think the Fox told the Department of Homeland Security, go ahead and give us the commercial, and if we have any extra time that we need to fill in, we'll bonus it. We'll bonus the spot in. So here's the commercial that's running across. They've bought Facebook ads, they've bought Rumble ads, they've bought YouTube ads, they've bought X ads, they've bought ads on every digital platform. They're also I've not seen the commercial they're running in other countries that says "Don't come to America." But they're running commercials now, like in these various countries that say "Don't," and in their native tongue that says "Don't come to America." Here's the commercial. So I'm not really paying attention. I'm kind of scrolling through my phone and stuff.
Yeah.
And getting ready to maybe start winding it down for the night, and this commercial comes on TV.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. Jesus. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
So they're telling you, like, go to the app, register, and leave now, and you're going to be all right, because otherwise it ain't going to be good for you.
Did they mention the $1,000 kicker?
No, but here's other stories. Now, these are actual news stories of various news sources covering this fact that we're running commercials now offering illegal immigrants to turn like an amnesty, where if you turn yourself in, you're going to get $1,000. I don't know if it's $1,000 per person or just $1,000 per family and a free ticket. But if we catch you, if we have to catch you, you're not getting nothing.
Look, I'm not some sort of, production expert, but if the United States would have me, I think something that could really cut through is having some maybe illegal immigrants that they caught, and then they're pleading with their fellow countrymen not to come here in their native language.
I think you're a great executive producer, and you could really put an interesting twist on the commercial of this, and having an illegal immigrant's perspective would be a great commercial. Be like, hola, I just want to let you know that I came in here illegally, but my family and I would like to return safely. So I am going to the app.
Hey, man.
And I have, as you could, and it shows the guy hitting the app, and I'm hitting the app and I'm registering my family. They are going to pick us up tomorrow at 4:00. We are going to pack all of our belongings, and they're going to give me a check for $2,000 for me and my wife and a plane ticket, and I will not be arrested. But my friend Chulupe, he did not do that, and he is currently in El Salvador in a jail.
Yeah,
separated from almost like a testimonial.
Be like, if you don't leave, Tom Homan's coming out from under your bed at night.
Yeah, like almost a testimonial, Seth, from one of these people.
As they're being escorted out of our country.
The Department of Homeland Security has unveiled a multi-million-dollar ad campaign warning immigrants in the United States illegally to either self-deport or risk being deported and not being allowed to return.
If you are considering entering America illegally,
I will tell you, man, Christine, no. Yeah. Wow.
Don't even think about it.
She'll put it on you, then kill your dog.
If you come to our country and you break our laws, we will hunt you down.
The DHS said 2 versions of the ad will run on digital, broadcast, and radio platforms in multiple countries and regions. The ads will be broadcast in various dialects and will be hyper-targeted through text, digital, and social media to reach immigrants already living in the U.S. illegally and those in other countries who might be headed here. But this is not the first time the United States has done this. During the Biden administration,
the Biden administration did the complete opposite. He put commercials saying, get your ass over here. We need you.
Get the app and register.
Get the app, and I think Biden was doing the opposite. Weren't they giving you? They were giving you free money and a free $500 night hotel in New York City, were they not?
Yes, they were.
And they were putting you on a plane to anywhere you wanted to go.
And radio ads ran in South America, attempting to discourage people from coming to the U.S. This is just.
Hi, hola. We know that just a year ago we were running commercials that said, come to America. Now we are saying, do not come to America. Right?
Do not come.
Do not come.
Wait,
you will get in trouble.
We were running ads in other countries telling them to flee here?
Last year, yes, we were.
Wow.
What?
Just another attempt by the Trump administration to crack down on illegal immigration and to slash the number of crossings at the southern border.
Meeting, he didn't like my gimmick. He was never a fan of.
No, hold on.
Honky tonk.
Honky tonk. Now this is This is actually from the United States government. This is the Department of Homeland Security. If you go to the homelandsecurities.gov or whatever, this is a spot that they're playing, which we pretty much saw they just took this spot and cut it up and made that into that 60-second commercial, but this is that spot in its entirety.
I'm Christine Ohm, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for securing our border and putting America first. Let me deliver a message from President Trump to the world. If you are considering entering America illegally, don't even think about it. Let me be clear. If you come to our country and you break our laws, we will hunt you down. Criminals are not welcome in the United States. For too long, weak leadership has left our borders wide open, flooding our communities with drugs, human trafficking, and violent criminals. Well, those days are over. Under President Trump, we are defending American families and restoring their safety. If you try to enter illegally, you will be caught. You will be removed, and you will never return. Follow the law.
Pretty stiff, man.
Yes.
And you'll find opportunity. If you break it,
see, I like that, though. Follow the law, meaning like come here legally, go through the process of going through the border, through the right gate, and being detained and filling out your paperwork and going in front of a magistrate or a judge and pleading for political asylum. And she says, you're going to have a great opportunity. Do it the right way.
Return.
Here we go.
Follow the law, and you'll find opportunity. If you break it, you'll find consequences.
Follow the law, and you're going to find opportunity. Break it, and you'll find consequences. I love that. You know, like Maria Guatemala, for instance. She entered into our country legally.
Strong borders mean a stronger America. President Trump is making America safe again.
So, I like it.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I like it. Why not keep bad people out of here?
Yeah, why not?
And we have a whole bunch of situations where these people that got into our country illegally didn't do such cool stuff, right?
Yeah,
and it seems like we're getting less of that. Hello, you're on the air.
Bubba.
Yeah.
LH.
What's going on? It's LH, man. Somebody calling through. Oh, I got you. Let me get y'all speaker. Hello?
LH.
Hey, what's going on, young man?
What's
Good
up?
morning, everybody.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, see, what you talking about right now, you just proved my point. Give me $1,000 and that plane ticket plus my money and send me to Africa. Since y'all saying I'm African American, you know what I mean?
LH.
Okay.
LH.
So I'm an illegal alien. So give me that plane ticket and $1,000. I'll fly to Africa and celebrate, and then I'm gonna come back to America.
Well,
I'm American.
LH, though.
I'm gonna use somebody's
You're not
name.
gonna slip through the. You're not gonna slip through the cracks.
Yes, they are, Bubba, man. Americans is the smartest dudes. What do you think? You remember the drops? Remember how we was making all the money off drops with dead people? That came from prison. A dude in prison thought of that. They was getting dead people money.
LH.
Writing checks.
You can't tell them you're from African American when your birth certificate says you were born in New Jersey.
And what if I trade IDs? How they get over here when they marry somebody?
I don't know, LH. I don't know the ins and outs of being an African American, trying to get back to Africa and then come back to America.
It ain't got nothing to do. It's about what we was talking about the other day when you was saying, what am I? I say I'm American.
Okay.
But they labeling me as African American, so I can say I'm an illegal alien. I can go back to Africa. Give me that ticket.
Remember, you told me you wanted to be.
I'm a black man.
You
I
wanted
told
to be
you
a
that.
black.
I remember that.
You wanted to be a black American. That's what you wanted to be.
That is. That's what I am.
There it is. So that means you cannot go back to Africa. We took Africa out of the situation, LH. You're a black American.
I'm not talking about that. No, what I'm saying, we gonna benefit from what that lady was talking about. If you come here illegally, they not going nowhere. Americans gonna start saying, "Oh, let me scam this. This the system. This what we do."
I don't know, man.
Okay, you better get $1,000 and a free plane trip
I'm gonna have to
come back if I'm really American.
This
I'm
topic.
gonna just trade IDs with somebody.
This topic's one for Craig and Rio. They'll be
I
able
know
to
what
bring.
he's saying. He's saying
that
about.
lady you getting credit because she ain't saying nothing. Trump can't do nothing.
Hold on, let me break it. Hold on, be quiet.
Let come here illegally.
I think I got it.
Come here illegally.
I think he was
Why
saying
we paying them to leave? Why would we pay them to leave?
All right.
First they was putting them up in hotels, like you say, $500 a night. They put them up, giving them money and everything. Now all of a sudden we paying them to leave. Oh, be nice. We'll give you $1,000 on a free trip. Just get out. Oh, but Trump supposed to get them out of here. But y'all paying them to leave. So
Now we threw a curveball on that. I thought he was saying that the American system's going to scam. How Americans are going to scam because.
Fucking scam.
Damn. LH, brother, you and I are on the same team, my friend. Don't get disruptive.
Cause y'all ain't hearing what I'm saying, man.
We're trying to.
I think he's saying it's a scam, and it's all going to come out as a scam. And that people are going to abuse it.
And we going to be doing it. Watch how many Americans going to move out, take that $3,000 and come back.
LH, the only thing that LH. So I understand what you're saying.
Get in on this deal,
I understand what you're saying. Now let me ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yes,
it's going to end up being a scam. People are going to learn how to circumvent the deal. Just like they do everywhere. Okay, that's what we do.
That's what we do.
All right, Americans. So
we make it up and we make it work. Somebody gonna get paid.
Let me ask you a couple questions.
Go.
So when I go and I hit the app and I tell them I'm an illegal immigrant, and for them to come pick me up and give me my $1,000 and my plane ticket. You don't
Let me
think?
stop you right there.
Okay, well, no, I got.
You already got the people. You already got the buddies that's illegal. See, you already talking to the people that's illegal. You getting their information, and then you gonna call and say it's you. They gonna stay here. You gonna take that free trip and come back.
So you're saying like a stolen identity gimmick?
Yep.
Exactamundo. Mission Impossible. You know how they do it?
All right. So then,
setup,
once you get your $1,000
Trump don't get them out. Why we gotta pay them to leave?
So hold on. So once you get your $1,000 and a ticket to wherever you want to go to have a vacation, then you go to then you just go to the airport and say, "Bitch, here's my I'm an American. I need to get back."
Embassy. You go to the embassy and say, "Hey, I'm ready to go. You done spent $1,000, free plane. I'm ready to go home." Oh, how you got here? Oh, I was Estevez when I got here. Now I'm the sponge. Going back. You straight. You're a
man. I don't know if they're just going to look the other way on that, LH. They may be like, you know what?
You jumping on drops.
What's a drop?
I don't know if you understand what I mean by drop.
Oh yeah. When they were dropping when they were dropping the tax return checks.
I did it, Bubba. I did that shit and got paid 10 stripes. And I owe money.
How many bands did you get?
10. You can't get over 10. You only can do it for 9,000.
So you were doing people's tax return, and
I had homegirls and homeboys that was doing it. I didn't do it. I was just getting the names. All you need is a name and a social security number.
And you fill out like a $9,400 return. You couldn't go over 10 G's because that tripped a red flag.
You know the deal. You know about it.
And then you'd have they
don't squash that, right?
Then you have like an abandoned house somewhere that they drop off that check, and you'd be there waiting for it. And
I did it one time, Bub. I got 9,000 bites, but child support took it. Because I owed child support, so I didn't get the check.
Oh, well.
It went straight to child support.
It went right to your baby mama.
It ain't no good to do it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that shit went straight to her. So if you owe money, don't do it. But if you clean...
LH...
But anyway, I wasn't calling to talk about that.
What do you want to call
I wanted to talk to Jay.
Talk to who?
Hey, I wanted to talk to Jay Diaco. You know what I'm saying? But he was on yesterday. I didn't get through.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask him a question because you know the law too. I hear you talking about it. Can I ask you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I went to prison because Jay was saying, you know how you said, let your lawyer do all the talking? I did that because I've never been in trouble before, so I ain't know what to say. I did it wasn't a home invasion, but it was an armed burglary, right? So I get this lawyer. They don't give me a state appointed. They give me a dude off the street, and I ain't paying him. So I listen to everything. I didn't say nothing because he was clean, dressed to the press. Like, Dan, you be talking about Dr. Dan, be all dressed up.
Mm-hmm.
This dude was like that. He come into court every day and don't say nothing. I'm letting him do all the talking. I got 5 years, 3 mandatory. Because I ain't say nothing.
Now,
and I ain't do what they accused me. I'm like,
hold on now. Could you not have asked your? This is a question, LH. Could you not have, as you see it's going south with your public defender? He's not doing crap. He sucks.
He wasn't a public defender. He was a street lawyer.
Okay.
Nick Sonardi, I say his name.
Okay.
You know, he was the worst lawyer in Tampa. They appointed me to him. I would have rather had a court-appointed lawyer.
Okay, so they got
that dude that ain't show up to court half the time.
All right, so you got this attorney. He ain't doing so good for you. You know he ain't doing so good for you.
Bottom line, I got 5 years.
I know, but could you? Would there have been any time, LH, that you could have asked to speak to Your Honor and say, Your Honor, I feel like my attorney is not representing me right. I feel like he's missed all these hearings and stuff, and I'd like to have a new attorney.
My friends would have told me that, Bubba. That was my first time in trouble. I ain't never been in trouble. Soldier, straight out the Army. And I do something dumb. I was drinking them slit small liquor bulls.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in a house with a 12-gauge shotgun. But I ain't hit nobody. I ain't shoot nobody. And I got 5 years with 3 mandatory.
How many did you end up doing?
The 3-man.
The 3 mandatory.
You got it. Mandatory, that means 3 straight. I ain't get no game time, no nothing.
Where were you at?
With 10 years.
Where were you?
12 years, they was getting out before me.
Were you gay for the stay?
Were you how? Where were you housed? Where'd they put you?
In the Panhandle at
Pensacola?
I was in White City.
Right.
Yeah.
Was it a hard time or was it decent time?
Nah, we had a fence. You can jump it, but you don't know where you at.
I was up in Pensacola, Bubba. They used to have celebrities go in there. They used to play basketball with Roy Jones and Dante Culpepper. Yeah.
I'm talking about they got fences, Bubba. You can step over them.
Yeah.
You know, you can walk. Yeah, but if you know where you at, you can get away. But you don't know. You're in the woods up in, Panama.
Yeah.
That's where they put us at.
Well,
they're gonna put you somewhere you don't know the
so
area.
LH, were you able to rebound and get your life back together?
No, I'm talking to you right now.
I know what I'm saying.
That happened in the 80s. I'm talking. That happened in 90.
What do you do nowadays?
I went to jail in 89.
What do you do nowadays?
Sit on my ass and listen to your radio show.
I know. I mean, you collect. You got.
Why do you think I call in?
You got stake on the. You got stake on the state. What you got going on?
Oh no, I just go to the VA and that's the only thing I got going on. All them appointments at the veterans. Mm-hmm. They'll never fix you. They just keep getting your appointment.
I know, but what do you got? What do you got for grip coming in? What do you got for
The lotto money, man. I still got that. I'm sitting on that.
Oh, that lotto.
I don't buy nothing. I don't have no car. My money just in a bank account.
Good for you. And continue.
I don't need it. I don't do nothing. I don't drive. I don't nothing.
Where do you live, St. Pete?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Born and raised in town.
Where do you get your hair cut? You go to Latin Sons?
I go to Craig and Rio.
Yeah, that's Latin Sons.
I don't know them boys, right?
Yeah,
I know them, Bubba. Hey, this is what I called about. I'm glad you brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
I want an update on Deion Sanders' son. You say he was coming in Friday.
Yeah,
I ain't heard nothing on the show.
He's in town.
What happened?
He's in town.
I'm saying you supposed to be hooking him up with a house and all, but
no,
you ain't talking about it.
I already. Is he big time in you, Sponge? No, I got him hooked up with his apartment. He's just got moved in yesterday. We're supposed to maybe do lunch today.
He does have a job that he has
to
train for.
You lying.
I got a job.
I seen him this weekend.
Go to his.
Me and him was together.
Yeah.
Yes.
But why weren't you with him this weekend?
And I asked him, did he know you? And he said, nah.
LH,
$100 we got from him.
He just got in town. He just got in town.
I wanted to hear himself laugh. Hey, I'm just kidding on that.
I know. He just got in town last night.
I just wanted to update. I'm just lying, Bubba. You know, I'm just pulling your leg like you like to do.
Well, one of these days, LH.
I don't know that.
One of these.
I called him the Shador.
One of these days, if you give Lummy your address and your T-shirt size, I would.
Dude, I know you. Y'all just don't know me. I be seeing y'all.
Jesus.
I'm camouflaged. I like to know y'all. You don't need to know me. I'm just a fan.
I was gonna send you a whole big care package of Bubba Army gear if I could get your address and your shirt size, bro.
Nah, cause then you know where I'm at.
Okay.
You might send.
How about this? The next time
around here, you send Gene around here. If Gene delivered, I'll take it.
How about
that's the only one
How about you tell me your shirt size, and I'll have a little care package waiting at Craig and Rio's for the next time you roll up in there. It'll have a box that says LH.
When I roll up in Craig and Rio, I don't know them for real. I told you that was a joke, man. I just hear you talking about them.
Well, they're not. They don't joke. They're cool as hell. I'd be like, hey, Craig and Rio, there's this black guy that listens to us in St. Pete. He's gonna roll up in here within the next month, get his hair cut. His name's LH.
And they're gonna say, I know him.
And they're gonna
know me by my real. They're gonna say that's Booby. We know him. That's my nickname, Booby.
All right.
They're gonna say we know Booby.
I see when Booby.
He's from Tampa.
When Booby.
I'm from the West.
When Booby gets up in the cut, give him this box, and it's got all of a little care package, a sweatshirt, hoodie, everything you need.
That is. Gotcha. But one thing you sliding off on, Bubba, you keep sliding off Shalom. You know, but what I'm saying, I need an update on Shalom. What's going on with my friend?
Shiloh?
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Shiloh just got to town last night.
Shiloh, okay, that is.
Shiloh just got to town last night.
Shalom.
I'm supposed to maybe have lunch with him today. That's the only update I got.
See, this is what I'm saying, Sponjo. That's self saying.
All right.
I don't know when he started that. Hey,
Booby.
I thought you was in charge.
Booby.
I thought Dion put you in charge.
Booby.
So how you supposed to have lunch? You supposed to tell him to be there.
Booby. What size shirt do you wear, Booby?
Extra large, baby.
All right.
I'm really well small, but I only wear them big. I'm a small Bubba. I'm 171, kid. I wish I could be that silverback. I used to be one when I was in prison.
Okay.
But, you know, once you get out, you got to work and everything. All that working out and all that, that's out the window.
Self-proclaimed
silverback. You go back to your regular size when you get out of prison. Everybody come out.
I'll bring his stuff. I'll bring his stuff to him if he's okay with it.
Booby, I'm going to have a box for Craig and Rio next Tuesday. It's going to say LH Booby.
I ain't going there. I don't know no damn Craig and Rio for real, bro.
Well, you should roll your black ass up in there and go see them because they'd be cool to you. They'd be cool as hell to you.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You going to drop it off there.
Yes.
And I just got to slide.
Yes. Craig and Rio would put it. Craig and Rio would put it like over there in the corner, and once Booby LH got up in there, Craig would be like, "Yeah, man, here it is, right here, Craig." That's what they do.
And how they know? If you send it, how they know I ain't gonna lie? How they know I'm not lying? Because I'm gonna send you somebody.
Okay, we got it.
You know what I'm saying?
But when I see
them, somebody on your, I don't owe them, but I'm gonna send you somebody. Your station.
All right, bud.
And I'm going to go pick it up. You tell her the date. Give me a hit. Let me got my number.
Yeah.
I ain't like Charlie. You know, you can't contact him if you wanted to. I tried to call in when he asked you the other day how much you pay them every week. $5,000. You like, yeah. I would have said, nah, that's too. I pay them $10,000 a week.
Yeah. Well, you won the lottery. I
didn't. Remember how much the payroll is? I told you to do IRS, but we trying to trick you.
Yeah.
Stop talking to Charlie. Hey, but anywho.
Listen, we got
one last thing, Bubba, because I know you got a big audience, and I got to go. I'm eating up the clock.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And I keep forgetting. So I'm going to let it go. You know, but, hey, if you set it up with Rio and Craig, I'll go get that.
I'm going to get your number from Lummy. and I'll tell you when that package is down at Craig and Rio's, and you go down there and pick it up. All right?
And I'm gonna send you somebody.
Okay, that's cool. I'll get it back from you.
The show.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The BRN.
All
you know
right.
what I'm talking about?
LH.
Because I like it because you know what? Drew Garabo would have been hung up on me. You let people talk. That's what I like.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
LH.
I would have been
Drew Garabo
on
ain't got
10 minutes ago.
Drew Garabo ain't got no
Right.
tennis shoes or anything like that.
None of that.
And I do. That's why you love me, LH. I'm going to get your number from Lummy, and I'll be in contact with you, my brother.
All right.
See you later, buddy. He is a handful.
Maybe we got a break too.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Man, I'll go drop that shit off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already been set up for Craig and Rio. I guess
He says he wants to go, but he don't want to go.
Yeah, I guess I just will figure it out. We'll let them know what's happening.
So, Captain Zabadab. Bubba Loves. CCR, I think he did out.
Hillsborough County Skill.
What's up, Cecilia Redneck? Yeah, go check that out, Reverend. What's up, DJ Brown?
Update on our story that we brought you up to an up.
It's not true, they're Dark Knight Stream. Still watch it all the time. He dead. Snizzo. Couldn't say certain things in there. I don't understand how you guys don't. You're assuming that. Yes, Nizook. See that Dark Knight Stream? So when's your next game with Babyface?
I don't think he's going to be taking me for a while.
Really?
Well, he
Did he get you some popcorn and?
He didn't buy me anything. He got himself a Mike's Hard lemonade, and I got a pretzel. We paid separately.
You got a Mike's Hard?
He got some sort of seltzer, and he was talking, and Lummy, he was talking to the people in line. He's like, yeah, this is the one you got to get, but he's like, you got to ask him for a cup of ice, because that's how you do it. So then
he was schooling people on how to drink the Mike's Hard?
Here's the best part, Lummy. I lost it last night. Guy's coming up the steps. He's got fucking ice cream. And Brian's like, oh yeah, tough weather for ice cream. He's like, yeah, I did this last time, the ice cream melted. And he's like, Brian goes, you need to get the Dippin' Dots. It's the ice cream of the future. He's like, it holds up a lot better in the sun, and plus you can get the little team helmet. He's like, oh yeah, thanks. He's like, I'll remember that for next time. And I was like, Brian, what the fuck? This guy doesn't give a shit about Dippin' Dots right now.
So. What's up, Dippin' Dots? I've never heard of it. It hasn't been out for 25 years.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios, aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll do a quick break here, and then over to Alex Stein about 9:20.
Perfect.
Wanted to play this story for the last couple of days, trying to get to
Update on a story that we brought you last night. A UTSA.
They busted this University of Texas, El Paso, whatever the hell he was. He was a professor in somewhere in Texas, and they busted him on child. They were going to his home to arrest him on like child pornography distribution stuff, right?
Yes.
And as they were knocking the door down, going to arrest him, he was watching child porn.
Yeah, that's the best look.
Professor allegedly caught watching child pornography nearly 4 years ago was arrested for the alleged crime this week. News 4 San Antonio's Taylor Wardenby looks into why it took so long to make an arrest.
And here's the deal, man. Child porn is so horrible because likely the children, well, obviously children cannot agree to do stuff like that. They're being forced to do something like that. And that will live on the internet forever and haunt them forever. And when they are old enough to realize what had happened to them, it's like almost you've ruined their life 2 times now. Like it's just such an absolute complete human violation. Our society has no room for these chomos.
You lose your future.
What's that?
You lose somebody's future.
Yeah.
Your base. I'm not saying that you can't be recovered from it, but
I don't think you can. I don't think any amount of time can rewire a person that's turned on by that.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the victim. You know, their life is ruined for the rest of their life.
You don't walk in on a guy who's watching child pornography with young kids on a flat screen in his apartment.
Well, no, but did he say with his own kids?
No, with young kids.
Oh, okay.
And not make an arrest.
Criminal attorney Joe Holster is talking about Zaid Haddad. He's the UTSA professor arrested on Tuesday on federal child pornography charges. The charges date back to his arrest in July of 2021, when an affidavit states FBI agents caught Haddad watching child pornography inside his home. Holster is not his attorney, but is questioning why it took so long to arrest Haddad.
What's shocking is that law enforcement, the 7 or 8-year-old being abused on his flat screen and left him in our community for 4 years.
Retired FBI agent Abel Pena says these types of cases take time.
Fish on Joe, 25.
Time?
And he was still doing it.
FBI will gather intelligence, usually through a variety of sources, either through other law enforcement agencies. From what I understand, some of these links were actual Zoom live streams, and so he accessed a lot of that stuff. And he was, from what I understand too, viewing it on his TV.
Pena says there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
They generally will collaborate with tech companies. That does take some time. They'll issue search.
No, it really doesn't.
Warrants. They'll issue subpoenas for these companies, and that does take some time.
If convicted, Haddad faces up to 20 years in prison. I'm Taylor Whartonby reporting.
So while they're going to pick him up, he's watching child porn.
Don't you just paint the wall with his brain matter?
Yeah, I think so.
Point?
I think you pull the 12 gauge out and do Old Yeller.
Just say
you don't want to ruin the house for the next person that wants to buy it, so you shoot him out back.
Oh, you take him out like that way? Dig a little hole?
That or you take him and put him in jail and say, hey, guys. Hey,
That's what he did.
Hey, LH. And all the other guys on here. This guy likes to watch kids have sex. That's what he's in for. Let jailhouse justice take care of it. I hate to short space you, Lummy, but I have to be on time with Alex.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh shit, you know what's on Rumble? The Lou Holt Show.
Oh, that's probably one of the best shows.
For real? Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Lou Holt.
It's a political show. Man.
It's Donald Trump guy. He's doing a great job. It's not a sports show, it's a political show.
Yeah, it's political. Well, he's saying... It says, sports brings us together, politics tore us apart. Trump's vision for 2027 and beyond. Lou Holt says President Trump gets it. Sally, Jesse, Raphael, alive or dead? Quick.
Alive.
You're right. Brian and I were talking about how hot she was last night.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We get naughty.
Who's the other chick that did a talk show back then?
Ricky Lake?
Ricky Lake.
Can I tell you what Brian's new thing is too, Lummy?
What? No, that's not true.
So when a guy, because it was all Phillies fans last night, like a Phillies fan yells out, everybody hits, and Brian goes, nobody hits. He started yelling, countering things to people that were shouting stuff.
Is that after the one Mike's Hard Lemonade?
Oh yeah, one Mike's Hard Lemonade is all he needed.
And he was getting loose?
Oh, he was loose. I think he said he had like a Red Bull or a Monster before.
Oh. Got it in the bloodstream quicker.
Yeah. X gonna give it to ya. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, B-Dog, because I'm sure he did too. His cap talks.
I mean, we got 87,400 views today.
There we go.
Can you imagine if we would have been on at 6, we'd be over 100,000 today.
Probably, yeah. We missed out on that 45 minutes.
Fuck. We need some YouTube thumbs up so we can hit a G-ball, just so we don't break tradition, right, Lummy? I mean, we're at 978. I just don't want to fucking break.
Sacrifices are going to have to be made.
That thumbs up. We're 980. We're gonna hit 1,000.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Standing by after a whirlwind. North Dakota, then over to Tim Pool and Washington D.C., and then I think back now to Dallas for just a few days. And then are you in pay-per-view on a cruise?
We are on a cruise. So listen to this. So we leave tomorrow morning. We get back Monday, and then that following Sunday, 6 days later, we will be in Tampa, Florida.
I might have a surprise. I might have a surprise for you by then that I cannot tell you. I have to tell you privately.
Okay. Well, don't.
You're looking good. How much have you lost? 25 pounds?
Right around there. I'm at 215 right now this morning. But I'm going on the cruise, so I'm going to gain weight. I haven't eaten in the last 48 hours. I've been fasted for 48 hours. That's why I had to work out this morning because I can hardly sleep.
Are you trying to be like a boy band and do your hair a certain way? Because you're really worried about that hair. You're really messing with it.
I do, because it's wet. It's wet. You hate when I mess with the hair because it's wet. I just got out of the shower because I've been grinding all morning.
Don't you put any like gel or any product in it or anything? Or you just fluff up Willie?
This is the thing. Usually I do, but because I'm probably going to have to maybe take a shower again in the afternoon, I don't want to get my hair all tightened up and greased up. So
when's the next time you're actually going to be from the Blaze studio? Tonight, maybe?
Tonight, I got a huge show. I got Andrew Wilson and Alex Rosen, both two guys that are, dominating right now. If you don't know who Alex Rosen is, he's arguably, you would love him, he's the biggest pedophile poacher on YouTube, on the internet right now.
In studio?
In studio, and his Rumbles, listen to this. His locals on Rumble, you want to talk about pull, has over 10,000 paid subscribers. Monthly.
Is he the guy that literally will let me explain what I think he is. I think he's the guy that goes and he meets them, and then he'll slap him around a little bit. I think
it's Vitaly.
Oh, is that Vitaly?
No, and Vitaly's in trouble now. He's in Thailand or something, in Vietnam.
But because you can't, because you really can't, you can't do that.
But that's why I could do this content, and Alex, and I would go on a poach with Alex because he does try to play it cool. But the reason he's coming on the show is he did a poach, and he did it at a Dairy Queen, at a Steak and Shake. And the guy, the pedophile worked at the Steak and Shake, and this is the second time they caught the pedophile. Well, they went inside of the Steak and Shake and hassled the guy.
Sure.
Well, the owner of the Steak and Shake filed a big complaint, and so now they're charging him with. Charging Alex Rosen and the pedophile with disturbing the peace, but somehow it's a felony. They gave it to he's being charged with some sort of felony disturbing the peace.
Yeah,
I didn't even know it was.
But did he just how abrasive was the confrontation?
I don't think he was that abrasive at all, but I guess, and I'm going to hear the whole behind the scenes. They took him to jail. This is a big story, this Alex Rosen guy. And I'm telling you, he's one of the biggest guys on Rumble. And that's good that they're giving you some rub. And we can talk about Rumble. There's some funny stuff about Rumble. And I don't want to disparage them at all.
Let's talk privately.
But Alex Rosen is legit on Rumble. He's got one of the biggest
Well, I
locals on the whole
saw
entire
somebody
platform.
said that they live in Cleveland. I got. Did you see that email, Lemmy? Or it might have been a direct message on Facebook or something. And this guy's like, I live in Cleveland, and I would commute to work on like whatever the major highway in Cleveland is. And he goes, I just saw a Tim Pool Rumble billboard.
Yeah, but Tim bought those. But yeah, and then listen to this. So I flew up there. He kind of jobbed me out because I came from Fargo. I missed the Friday night show because I got in late. And so now Tim's trying to do a new show, well, just a one-off thing where he's going to do it monthly, where he wants me to be, one of the main kind of people that are on it. He's just kind of freeballing it, where people from the crowd come and debate him, basically. And so we shot the first episode.
Now, would he do that? Would he do that? Make him do it in studio? Or would he do it remotely?
We did it in a studio. He rented a third-party, podcast studio and invited just his members, only a certain amount of people. And there were 60 people there. But this is the thing is it wasn't that great because they were all Tim Pool fans, so there wasn't really much kickback. Like, we need, liberal people to come on.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing out of all of the content creators and I mean, like from the Hodge twins to Tim Pool to Alex Jones, you know them all. You know them all. Mm-hmm. Nobody has the equation / dynamic of what we have as far as contributions equating to being invited to our year-end party BARP at our studios. Nobody's got that. I don't think they do.
And that's why your locals would crush. You could probably monetize. I don't know how much you've talked to. And you keep on saying Siraj. It's Sir. And I'm not trying to, because I know it is a foreign name. It's hard, but it's Siraj. He is pretty important at Rumble, so you might want to say.
Yeah, well, he's my buddy.
Siraj.
And so he knows that I'm illiterate.
But you're saying, I know, but I mean.
You got to carry out the J, I guess. Siraj.
I mean, you don't have to do it, but I mean, you might want to put the guy. You might want to put the guy over a little.
Okay, I have been, and he's worked through all these little bumps in the road for us, Saraja and Vivian, and they've come through like they said. And like today we're like at 88,000 total views, and I think tomorrow, if we start right out of the box like we're supposed to, we'll probably maybe hit 100. Which is not bad. Which is not bad for the brand, and I've been watching the monetization. It's pretty decent for the last couple days, so we're happy.
Well, I don't want to critique you at all, Bubba, because that is not my place. You're obviously the radio legend, but you've been talking a lot about being on Rumble. But one thing I don't think I've heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on Rumble you can say whatever you want, which is significantly different than what we can do on YouTube. So you can literally talk about vax schmeens, blah, blah, this, that. And so I haven't seen you say, hey, we're going to be on Rumble. We might do a little extra time going wild and crazy, or why don't you, to try to push some of the YouTube people over there, say, hey, we might turn it off on YouTube for a little bit, and then we're going to go extra, wide open.
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah.
You're not trying to get wide open on Rumble like that a little bit?
Maybe.
I mean, let's say. Well, this morning you're talking about the stretching of the rectum with Tuttle, and you're talking about these.
But hold on, I conveniently made it medical, and I danced on that very slippery gray slope.
I know, but why dance if you don't have to dance?
Because I still have 4 terrestrial affiliates. Yeah. I still have 4 terrestrial affiliates that pay a decent amount of money. I'm still heard.
Well, then that's the answer.
And so here's the deal. How many other content providers are also on, 4 50,000-watt FM stations across America in conjunction with being on multiple platforms? Not too many.
Well, Seth, correct me if I'm wrong.
And every radio guy wishes they had our digital presence, and none of them do. You were going to ask Seth something. Go ahead.
Seth, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't I just hear you and Bubba pontificate for about 30 minutes about how dead terrestrial radio is?
Yes.
And yeah.
I say it all the time. That's why I left it in 2019.
I'm just saying, you almost would be better to invest full in Rumble. I'm not saying we should do that right now, but you know how terrestrial. It's dead. It's dying on the vine.
Yeah, it is. But it's still, it's where I came from. It's real hard to let go altogether. I agree. I've done 40 years of it. And I've only been doing digital since 17. So in our digital world,
you'll feel naked. You would feel a little naked without being on an airwave.
And terrestrial radio gives us structure where we have, 8 5-stop sets that allows us to regroup. And it's just maybe one of these days I'll let it go completely, but it still generates money, and it still keeps me somewhat relative in the radio business.
But you did say the legislation is about to be passed.
Oh, yeah.
In the next 5 years.
Listen,
they're not even going to have AM or FM radio.
You're
in these
exactly
cars.
right. And that's why we're that far ahead of the game digitally.
You guys are grinding. No, I love it. And I really think you guys can
That'd be
have a
like
lot
me
of
saying,
success
hey,
on
listen,
Rumble.
stop the blaze and just concentrate on your turning point and all your ancillary meetings and stuff, and stop the blaze. My terrestrial radio is your blaze.
Yeah, in a way. Well, I love the blaze. I hope that I get
hold on, but there's rules and there's things that you can't do on the blaze that you could do on Rumble.
That is 100% true. That is 1,000% true.
So I say to you, well, quit the blaze.
I wasn't trying to say like, Johnny, like you're too Boy Scouty. I'm just saying that's a good way to try to differentiate Rumble from YouTube, is that you can be wide open. I'm not trying to like call you.
I mean, let's say my doc hits here in the next 4 weeks, and all of a sudden, 10 terrestrial radio stations have a whole different understanding of me and know the story in a different way, and they'll be like, man, you know what? Bubba the Love Sponge is an absolute legend in morning radio, and I think we should probably give him a chance. I mean, there's a chance that could happen. There's also a chance that it doesn't happen. But like I'm picking up a 50,000 watt FM in the next 4 weeks in the Panhandle. It also helps with when we're selling our advertising to have that terrestrial presence where no other digital content creator has that.
We need to get you with John Castamidis, the billionaire that owns 77 WABC in New York City. That's where you need to be. He's got such a huge superstar lineup through the week. I think Sid Rosenberg might be his morning guy. He doesn't have any room for me. Sid Rosenberg's a legend. They're not going to replace him with me. I do mornings. Is Sid's audience that big? Sid always posted his audience is really big, and I'm not calling him a liar, but is his audience
regardless of how big it is, he's absolutely a legend in New York. They're not going to get rid of him for me. Anthony found his little lane that he could get in, and he's doing well, and he's killing it. And I love Anthony, by the way, but they don't have any where my show plugs in. There's not any availability.
It'd be better if you're in the afternoons anyway, though, right? I mean, like you want the cool cachet of the morning, but wouldn't the afternoons be so much nicer? Lummy could sleep in, and Seth could sleep in.
I think eventually, I would say we're probably headed to a different time period. I think, if in the next however many years, if we don't continue to grow in terrestrial, we will change the format of the show and the time. And I'm thinking more of like a 11 to 2 kind of deal, middays, where there's not a lot of competition there as well.
But to be fair, I do like that you are on in the morning. So I'm not even, I do like that, and there's not a lot of other people in the morning that I even would consider listening to. So it is good to be on, but maybe 6, like maybe start at 7 or 8. I feel like, it'd still be.
Listen, it's not broke. We don't need to fix it. We don't need to fix it yet. We're making a living. We got some.
We have one more $199 though to qualify for BARP. That seems kind of light too on $199.
Yeah, but that's kind of ran its course as well. You gotta.
Are we still trying something new? Aren't we?
Yeah, I thought we were doing the night show.
Yeah, we are. We are.
I feel like Stein could join us.
I feel like you guys are all hitting me with all this stuff. Like, my God.
Stein is just literally trying to tell us how to program everything.
Jesus Christ. I mean.
Well, no, you've been talking about I've been listening since 6 this morning, and what have you been talking about? The dang show. So we're kind of having a show. I mean, this is a show about the show. This is a Seinfeld episode.
I'm just saying. I feel like I'm in a staff meeting right now, and this is something that I'm going to be addressing here in about 37 minutes. When I have a staff meeting, but yes, we have a night show we're going to do I think I scheduled it already, Lummy. I don't know what it is.
Well, that's all good. Listen, I know I'm only on here for a couple more minutes, so I'm going to be in Tampa soon, and we need to start brainstorming. So I'm going to be speaking that Tuesday at the Clearwater City Council meeting. So I got to go full Xenu Scientology, but obviously I got to give a Hogan bump. I got to be like, I was at Hogan's Beach House, and I got
you need to go down there for Monday night karaoke when he's down there.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll be there. I'll be there Monday night. I'll be there on a Monday night. So I'll go on
start
Monday
practicing on one of your karaoke songs so that you would nail it, and bring
Sweet Caroline.
There you go.
Oh.
Have Lummy or Tuttle or somebody go with you to be your cameraman and your backup Willie.
Well, not Lummy, because he knows Lummy. It had to be Tuttle in a disguise, right?
So, whatever.
I could easily do that.
Sure. Tuttle will easily do that. So, whatever.
I'm gonna confront him, and I'm gonna be like, your beer sucks. Why did you go from selling vitamins to now selling beer? You need to forgive Bubba. He gave you $67 million.
That's all you got to say. In fact, take the other part out of it because it's adversarial. You just be like, listen, Hogan, Bubba did the cleanest job in the middle for you. Do you know how many? I mean, if he testifies differently, which might have been more honestly, you don't get paid. You lose. Bubba doesn't tell the court that every answer out of his mouth is going to be he's exercising his Fifth Amendment, and he actually comes up in here and answers Gawker's questions. You lose. Period.
I was surprised that you were able to even plead the Fifth. I thought in instances like that you have to testify.
No
matter what.
No, not civilly. Civilly and criminally, it's two different things. And plus, I was only a witness. I wasn't the main person. Although I was Gawker's main witness. They Lummy had a whole Bubba packet that they were going to hit me with, and all these things that were going to make me look stupid. And I just said, I'm pleading outside of my name and my date of birth, I'm pleading the Fifth, and my kick-ass lawyers were able to convince the judge that I didn't even have to show up to plead the Fifth, that they're going to call my name, and my lawyer stands up and said, all of his answers are his pleading. I didn't even have to go put my big boy suit on and have the whole dog and pony show of everybody there, trying to grease me. My lawyer put that on the record, and they moved on. And Gawker was so mad because it gutted their case. They wanted me to have to get up there and uncomfortably say, and so that means they were able to get their questions on record, and then I would have to say, I plead the Fifth. But they get that question on record, which could make the jury think otherwise.
Well, you did a clean job down the middle, like you said, right in the middle of the ring. You put him over. I don't know.
And during depositions, he's giving me the office the entire time, and I'm giving him the office back because he knows I'm doing a job for him on the depots. And then the FBI 302s didn't match up with my depots, and they were going to try to get me in a Martha Stewart lying to a federal agent kind of gimmick. And I wasn't sworn, or while I was talking to the federal agent, I wasn't sworn. I was in a break room talking to him just as friends, and they took all that information and pencil whipped it and made a report that I stated that Hogan knew where all the cameras were and knew all about that, when I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Mm-hmm. And so then they were going to the Gawker was going to tell the jury, hey, what are you going to believe? You're going to believe a shock jock that's been arrested for killing, been in defamation and slander, arrested for killing a wild boar? Or are you going to believe two, FBI agents? Well, the jury's going to believe, two FBI agents. I mean, the whole thing, why Spice Boy and Calta didn't get arrested? Because Keith Davidson hired Brian Albritton, the former U.S. attorney, to walk into his former office and talk to his former assistant to say, hey, you got a pro wrestler and a shock jock that are the victims here. This is a clown show. You need to let this go. So those guys walk and they get away with it. It's pretty much that simple.
Well, I'm going to talk to Hogan, but that phone call that you did, that prank call on Honky Tonk Man, And it sounds like Honky Tonk Man did a lot of jobs for Hogan, and Hogan didn't care about Honky Tonk because you were basically doing it.
Honky Tonk, he was such a cancer in the back. And he would have to.
Wayne was. But that call was so funny.
Everybody.
You got to cut it down to like the 90 seconds, like of Spice Boy, and then being like, "Welcome to the mark," and then to you, and then when they ask about Bubba, then you confront him, and then something at the end.
I told Lummy to tell Gary to cut it down.
He's working.
He's working on it. You know, listen, we don't got a lot of manpower here. You know,
Alex. You got Alex over there. Just,
the Blaze. Nobody pays my guys' salaries. I pay them.
I know, and
so imagine this.
You can't just snap your fingers and get stuff done. I get it.
So imagine this. I know what you make. I know about what you make because I saw your Blaze contract. Now imagine if you had to sliver that off and pay 2 producers out of that money.
I'd be toast, but I do have to sliver a little bit off, and not to pay my producers. But
yeah,
I mean,
I got Macho Man, I got Lummy, I got Seth, and I got Gary, and I got Tuttle. You know, some of which make pretty good money, decent money.
And Tuttle quit on you 6 times and cost you $2,000 last time he quit on you.
I know.
So, I mean, you know what I mean?
Tuttle's a backstabbing mother effer.
Jeez, it's time bringing the heat.
God.
No, I love Tuttle. I'm a Tuttle mark 100%. So.
Yeah. Well, I am too, as many times as I've let him back, but he's really put me in some vicarious situations. Like when I woke up one morning and he's in bed with me, you know, I instantly checked my butthole to make sure, you know, like, you know.
Was that when Tuttle was drinking the Svedka vodka in his car? What was he doing?
Tuttle was never sober except for 4 hours. He had determined that if he took his last drink at 11 o'clock, he would blow double zeros at 6. And so he would stay sober from 6 until 10 and then literally probably have a bottle in his car and start hitting it on the way home. He got so drunk one time that he hit the palm tree right outside the gate.
No, Tuttle, is that true? You hit that palm tree right outside the gate?
Yeah, I did, and I drove it across the bridge, all damaged after I sobered up, barely making it there.
Yeah.
The fender was eating into the tire.
Yeah, mess, Tuttle, but I love you.
He is a hot mess, but he's got his wife back. He's doing tend meets with Tuttle. He's my guy on the streets.
Him and I are about to do some great Scientology stuff. I need to do something like Tuttle needs to go up there and say about how his identity got stolen.
Hold on, and here's the deal. I got some unbelievable Scientology insight. Iggy, way kayfabe, get straight heat information.
Do we still have the meter? Do we still have the meter?
I need it because we need to drop bombs, and we should both do it. We should, but Tuttle, like this is what makes it really go viral because I've done enough of this and it's this why it's kind of harder for me to go viral.
But you can go to Hogan's Hangout and start hitting him with the Scientology stuff. That's the stuff that I got.
For sure, but what I'm saying is the reason why Tuttle could be good is this is what works. When you go to the city council meeting, people need to think the person speaking is real. They don't want to think that it's a troll. That immediately it makes people skeptical. So if we can get Tuttle to go up there and just put on a performance like he's dead serious, he's really mad about something, or he just needs to be totally straight, and because the more real people think it is, the bigger the views are. 100%.
I can sell it so hard.
Oh, he's a great sell. He's a great sell. Something I was going to tell you and I completely forgot. Damn it.
Well, we got a busy week, so I'm going to be there in 11 days. I will be in
Lummy,
Tampa,
check Tuttle. I'm sorry. Check Hogan's wife or Hogan's Instagram and see when's the last time they Instagrammed together.
Her account's private.
So the last time that they Instagrammed something together was when Linda had that meltdown and they did that eating popcorn gimmick. Well, then that got taken down because I guess Hogan's lawyers flipped out over it.
Wait, Hogan took down that popcorn?
Yes, remember they were eating the popcorn?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that.
So Hogan took that down, and I've been told from my inside sources that there's trouble in paradise between him and Sky, and they're not. Like, it might be not doing so good, and I don't know that, like, he's gone out and done all these appearances. He took her to the RNC, and he takes her everywhere, and she's not been traveling with him, and I heard, let me look at his Instagram, that when the last time that he posted, when they first got married and while they were dating, every day they were together on Instagram. But are you looking now?
Yeah,
Let me.
I'm trying to find. I'm scrolling back.
Could
through.
he lose that in a divorce?
And Bubba, you partied with him, but when they just showed him outside of Madison Square Garden, and he had the painted beard, like the NWO days. It was kind of funny, but he doesn't look great. He looks a little thin for, and I know he's a little older, but
he's
you think
over
he's
70.
Drinking a lot. That's what I'm saying. He looks good for 70. For 70, he looks like awesome. But I'm just saying for Hogan, he just
don't
looks
think
a little.
Hogan will be with us more than 3 years. I think in 3 years he's done.
You think he's drinking like that, or what do you think would cause
it has
that?
nothing to do. It has nothing to do with drinking. It's just that when
Life
you're
catching up.
Like, listen, Larry Bird once told me, big guys don't live very long because their heart is not equipped to really, your heart doesn't really grow. So let's say the average guy is 5'10", and your heart's however big a 5'10" heart is. But if you're 6'6", 6'7", your heart doesn't grow that much bigger to accommodate a 6'6". Now it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger, but not to the point of what you are compared. It's not 7 inches bigger.
The taller you are, the less life expectancy you have.
Right.
Over like 6 feet.
Right,
tall.
and then incorporate all the steroids and all the things that he's done over the years. He's had 23 or 24 surgeries. Lummy, are you looking at the?
I am. I'm trying to find it.
So am I?
Well, he's still moving and shaking pretty good for a guy in his 70s, though, selling that beer. I can't believe that he can't retire and be like the Undertaker and just relax.
He could. He could be like Stone Cold. He could be like the Undertaker. He could be.
And why didn't he do a podcast like those guys? All those guys have hit podcasts.
Hulk Hogan Instagram.
I don't think Hogan could do a podcast.
It's a lot of his beer in New York.
Let me try to find me the last time they were pictured together.
That's what I'm looking for.
Hold on, and I can't. I'm going back and back. I'm on it right now. I'm on it right now.
Her profile picture has both of them, but that's it. And obviously, her account's private. I was trying to see if she's at karaoke night with Hogan.
Hold on, not. I'm clear back to. Let me see. When's this? I'm trying to see. Oh my God! Like
the RNC looks like the last time they were in pictures together.
So the RNC
when they met Trump.
Hold on, this is, and I got Christmas pic. Oh, so
27 weeks ago.
20. So
that's
listen,
a year.
The last time that now prior to that he used to have her on all the time. He hasn't had her on his Instagram for 27 weeks.
So about 6 months.
I heard they're done.
Oh,
I heard
Is he going to lose the money?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were, because if she is a Scientologist, she probably has been bamboozling him the whole time.
She has, and that's some of the information I want to give you. I got some really good inside information.
It was probably an inside job from the start.
Oh, it is. It was an absolute inside job from the start. Absolute. No, she honeyholed him. I'm just telling you.
And Hogan probably figured that out. It probably took him a minute, And
he did. He figured it out, and now he's like, how do I get out of this? So, Lummy, the last time they were photographed together was 27 weeks.
Yes, that's what I found so far.
So, but prior to that, Lummy,
it was a ton.
Yeah, prior to that, she's all over it. So I'm just telling you, I'm hearing for really good sources that it ain't going so swell.
Yeah, 1 year.
If they haven't been on the Insta, but you did say that because they were together in the popcorn thing after Linda, so we did see them in that. But then he deleted it. And you said that you think that was a legal issue. I don't know how much liability he would have though by posting eating popcorn like that. Really?
Monday, August 19th. Of last year, with them going to Cleveland, Ohio, is the next picture.
Yeah, it's.
But Bubba, explain this to me. How can she be drunk and wasted with like her face all bruised up and talking horrible about Hogan, but Hogan's afraid to post just a video of him not even talking, eating popcorn? How is that?
Just because Linda likes to sue. So anyway, I got to get going.
All right, peace. See you guys soon. 11 days.
Listen. If I get some time here in the next hour after my staff meeting, I'm going to call you and tell you some stuff.
Keep me updated. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, buddy. Bye.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Seems like Nick replaced her in a lot of the pictures.
I sent you and Seth something.
Okay.
What a fucking biter.
No shit.
Are you fucking kidding me? They must just listen to the show and hope, maybe tell our guy. I wouldn't even anything.
I got you. I can if you want. I have no problem with that.
Just tell him that he's a piece of shit. And
Fuck's the date? 7th.
well, first of all, Macho Man, you can't have music in the background.
Yeah, we're gonna have to mute that.
Well, he also needs to talk. Like, okay, I'm doing buys. Here's my, and he needs to do. Here's my 3 exercises. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, he's got his voice he was working on. That's right, HS. Yeah, bring that show back, Carlos.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I hate to eat and run, but we got to go, my friends. Let me thank you to Siraj. How do you properly say it?
Siraj.
And Victor, was it Vivian? Vivian and Siraj. Let's hope that we can get right out of the box tomorrow, because I'd like to hit 100,000. I mean, we got a quick. It's going to be keyword quick staff meeting.
All right.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Seth, you got anything for me, buddy?
Operation Pigmentation out now.
Oh, out now, up as we speak.
Yes.
Perfect. Go get it, guys. Tuttle, anything?
10 meat review will be up later.
Lum?
No, see you soon.
Mach? See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.